The smell of ozone usually precedes a storm, but out here, under the canopy of the Blackwood Ridge, it smelled like copper and old pennies. It was a metallic tang that sat heavy on the back of my tongue, the kind of taste you get when you accidentally bite your lip too hard. I wiped my mouth, expecting blood, but my hand came away dry. I checked my watch, 2:14 p.m. According to the topographical map folded in my side pocket, the trailhead back to the parking lot was exactly 2 miles due east. My boots crunched over dry pine needles, a sound like breaking bones in the absolute silence of the afternoon. There were no birds, no squirrels chattering in the brush, just the rhythmic, heavy thud of my own heart echoing in my ears. Then I saw it. It was a white oak, but it had grown wrong. The trunk didn't go straight up. It spiraled, twisting like a wet towel being wrung out by invisible hands. Its bark was a pale, sickly gray, peeling away in long, thin strips that fluttered in a wind I couldn't feel. It stood in the center of a perfectly circular clearing, about 30 feet wide. No other trees grew inside that circle. Even the weeds seemed to stop at a precise, invisible border. "Just a landmark," I whispered. My voice sounded thin, swallowed instantly by the moss-heavy air. I checked my compass. The needle flickered, danced for a second, then settled toward the east. I turned my back on the twisted tree and began to walk. I kept my pace steady. I counted my steps. 1, 2, 3. At step 500, I should have been nearly a quarter mile away. At step 1000, the clearing should have been a memory. At step 1012, the trees ahead of me parted. The copper taste in my mouth intensified. My stomach did a slow, nauseating roll. There, directly in front of me, was the clearing. In the center stood the white oak, its gray bark peeling, its trunk spiraling toward a sky that looked a shade too dark to be natural. I stopped. I didn't breathe. I looked down at my boots. My own footprints were visible in the soft dirt leading into the clearing, not from the direction I had come, but from the direction I was currently facing. I was walking toward my own arrival. I didn't panic. Panic is a luxury for those who have time. Instead, I sat down. I took out my canteen and unscrewed the cap. The water was lukewarm and tasted faintly of plastic. I looked at the tree. It was perhaps 20 feet tall, but its shadow was long, stretching across the dirt like a pointed finger. I checked my watch again. 2:14 p.m. The second hand wasn't moving. It didn't twitch. It didn't stutter. It sat perfectly still, frozen between two black lines. I held the watch to my ear. Silence. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, my hand instinctively reaching for the bare spray on my belt. The woods were empty. The shadows between the pines were deep, purple-black pools that seemed to grow wider the longer I stared at them. "Is someone there?" I asked. The silence that followed wasn't just an absence of sound, it was a physical weight. It pressed against my eardrums until they throbbed. Then, a voice drifted through the trees. It wasn't loud. It sounded like someone exhaling a secret. "Keep walking," the voice said. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It sounded like dry leaves skittering across pavement. I didn't wait to hear more. I grabbed my pack, ignored the compass, and bolted. I didn't head east. I headed south, cutting through the dense brush, thorns tearing at my nylon jacket, my breath coming in jagged, burning gasps. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with broken glass. I ran until the copper taste turned into the sharp, hot sting of bile. I burst through a thicket of ferns, expecting the slope of the ridge. The ferns gave way to a perfectly circular clearing. The twisted tree was there. It looked different now. The peeling bark seemed to have shifted. There was a knot in the wood about 5 feet up that looked like a wide, unblinking eye. And at the base of the tree, sitting exactly where I had sat moments before, was my canteen. The cap was still unscrewed. I approached it slowly. My hands were shaking so violently I had to tuck them into my armpits. I looked into the canteen. The water was gone. In its place, the metal cylinder was filled to the brim with fine white sand. I looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't moved. It stayed pinned to the same spot, a pale, heatless disk behind a veil of thin clouds. I reached out and touched the bark of the tree. It wasn't cold. It was vibrating. A low, subsonic hum traveled up my fingertips, through my wrist, and settled in my teeth. "How long?" I whispered to the empty air. The shadow of the tree had moved. It wasn't pointing away from the sun anymore. It was pointing directly at me. I looked down at my shadow. It was gone. I stood in the bright, flat light of the afternoon, and I cast no darkness on the ground. That was when I noticed the shoes. Just past the edge of the clearing, half buried under a layer of pine needles, was a pair of hiking boots. They were old, the leather cracked and bleached white by the sun. They were the same brand as mine, the same size. And as I stepped closer, my heart freezing in my chest, I saw that the laces were tied in the exact, specific double knot pattern I had used since I was a child. I knelt down and brushed the needles away. The boots weren't empty. Small, brittle fragments of bone poked out from the collars. A soft rustle came from above. I looked up into the twisted branches of the tree. Hanging from a limb, swaying in a wind that didn't exist, was a strip of blue nylon. It was a piece of my jacket. The edges were frayed, aged as if they had been exposed to the elements for decades. I backed away, my heels catching on a root. I fell hard, the air leaving my lungs in a sharp woof. From the shadows of the surrounding forest, a figure stepped out. It was tall, too tall. Its limbs were long and thin, like the branches of the tree, and it moved with a strange, hitching gait, as if its joints were being manipulated by strings. It didn't have a face, just a smooth expanse of pale, bark-like skin. It stopped at the edge of the clearing, exactly where the grass ended and the dirt began. It didn't attack, it didn't growl. It simply stood there, watching. I scrambled to my feet, my vision blurring. I turned and ran again, choosing a new direction, a path that led toward a rocky outcropping I hadn't noticed before. I climbed, my fingernails tearing as I gripped the sharp stone. I reached the top of the ledge, gasping, looking for the horizon, looking for any sign of the road or the town. Below me, the forest stretched out in every direction, an endless sea of green and gray. And there, in the dead center of my field of vision, was the clearing. The tree looked smaller from up here, but the circle was unmistakable. I watched from the ledge, my breath hitching in my throat, as a small, dark speck emerged from the trees on the far side of the clearing. It was a person. They were wearing a blue jacket. I watched as the figure stopped, checked their watch, and sat down at the base of the tree. I watched as they took out a canteen, unscrewed the cap, and took a drink. It was me. I was looking at myself from 100 feet above, but the me below was moving in slow motion, like a film reel being played at half speed. I tried to scream, to warn the version of myself down there, but no sound came out. My throat felt as if it had been sewn shut with wire. The figure below stood up. They looked around, panicked. They began to run, disappearing into the woods heading south. I waited. I didn't move. I counted to 60. A rustle came from the bushes behind me, on top of the ledge. I turned around. The version of me in the blue jacket burst through the brush, gasping for air, their eyes wide with terror. They saw me. They didn't see a person. They saw a tall, faceless shape with limbs like branches. They screamed a sound of pure, unadulterated horror and scrambled backward, falling off the ledge. I stepped to the edge and looked down. There was no body on the rocks below. There was only the clearing, the twisted tree, and the canteen lying in the dirt, filling slowly with white sand that poured from the sky like salt. I looked at my hands. The skin was thickening. It was turning gray, becoming rough and ridged. My fingers were lengthening, stretching into points. I tried to flex them, but they felt stiff like wood. The copper taste was gone. Now I only tasted earth. I didn't feel fear anymore. I felt a profound, heavy exhaustion. I climbed down from the ledge, my movements jerky and mechanical. I walked back to the clearing. It felt like coming home. I reached the edge of the dirt. I couldn't go any further. Something stopped me, an invisible wall that hummed with the same frequency as my bones. I turned and looked back into the woods. Another hiker was coming. I could hear their boots crunching on the pine needles. They were whistling a low, tuneless melody. I stepped back into the shadows of the pines and waited. I felt the urge to speak, to warn them, but the only words that formed in my mind were the ones I had heard before. The hiker emerged into the clearing. He was young, wearing a bright orange backpack. He stopped. He looked at the twisted tree. He checked his watch. He looked exactly like I had 3 cycles ago. He turned his back on the tree and began to walk east. I waited until he was out of sight. Then I began to follow him, keeping to the deep shadows. I didn't want to catch him. I just wanted to watch. As I moved, a small object fell from my pocket. It hit a stone with a metallic clink. I looked down. It was my watch. The glass was shattered. The hands were gone. The face was nothing but a circle of white sand. I left it there. It didn't matter. Time wasn't something that happened here. It was something that circled. I reached the edge of the thicket and watched the hiker burst into the clearing for the second time. I saw him drop his pack. I saw him fall to his knees and claw at the dirt. I leaned against a pine, my bark-like skin itching. I opened my mouth, and the voice that came out didn't belong to me. It belonged to the tree. It belonged to the path. "Keep walking," I whispered. The hiker froze. He spun around, looking directly at the spot where I stood. To him, I was just a shadow, a trick of the light, a silhouette that didn't quite match the shape of a man. He began to run. He ran toward the ledge. I didn't follow him this time. I walked to the center of the clearing and stood next to the twisted tree. I placed my hand on the trunk. The vibration was gone. The tree was silent. It was waiting for me. I looked down at the base of the trunk. There were dozens of canteens buried in the dirt, their metal tops rusting, their insides filled with sand. There were hundreds of boots. There were scraps of blue, red, and green nylon, all fading into the same sickly gray. I sat down. I felt my legs begin to sink into the soil. It wasn't like quicksand. It was like the earth was claiming what belonged to it. The roots of the tree shifted, coiling around my ankles like cold snakes. I looked up at the sun. It was finally beginning to set, but it wasn't moving toward the horizon. It was simply fading, turning from a pale disk into a bruised purple smudge. "One more," I whispered. The hiker was back. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, looking at me, but he didn't see a man sitting under a tree. He saw a new branch, a fresh growth of gray wood extending from the spiraling trunk. He approached slowly. He He reached out a trembling hand. Is someone there?" he asked. I wanted to tell him to run. I wanted to tell him that the path didn't lead out, only back. But my tongue was a strip of peeling bark, and my lungs were hollow chambers for the wind. He touched my hand. It felt like stone to him. He sat down in the dirt, right where I had sat. He took off his orange backpack. He reached for his canteen. I watched him. I was the tree now, and the tree was the path, and the path was a circle that never ended, a loop of copper and sand and silent, screaming wood. The hiker unscrewed his cap. He took a drink. He made a face, the taste of old pennies hitting his tongue. I felt a surge of something like pity, but it was drowned out by the deep, rhythmic pulse of the earth. The circle was closing again. The sky turned the color of a fresh bruise. Somewhere in the distance, a new set of boots began to crunch on the pine needles. The hiker in the orange pack didn't hear them yet. He was too busy looking at his watch, wondering why the second hand had stopped moving. I reached out with a limb I no longer controlled and brushed against his shoulder. He shivered, a violent, full-body tremor. "Keep walking," the wind whispered through my leaves. He stood up, he ran. I waited for him to return. I would always be here. I was the landmark. I was the destination. I was the path that circled one tree, and I was hungry for the next set of footprints. The hiker in the orange pack vanished into the tree line, his frantic footfalls fading until they were replaced by the oppressive, velvet silence of the Blackwood Ridge. I felt the vibration of his departure through the soles of my feet, or rather, through the roots that were now indistinguishable from my toes. The sensation was dull, like a limb that had fallen asleep and was slowly transitioning from needles to marble. I watched the empty space where he had stood. The dirt in the clearing was disturbed, a chaotic map of scuffs and divots that would, in time, be smoothed over by the same invisible hand that filled the canteens with sand. There is a specific kind of horror in becoming a landmark. When I was a boy, my grandfather told me that trees were the keepers of the earth's memory. He said they drank the history of the soil through their roots and whispered it to the wind. I hadn't understood then that some memories are too heavy to be whispered. Some memories are traps. The sun, that bruised purple smudge, didn't sink. It simply dissolved, bleeding its color into the atmosphere until the sky was the shade of an old hematoma. The air grew colder, but I didn't shiver. My skin, the bark, was an insulator against the physical world. I felt the sap within me slowing, thickening into a resin that tasted of iron and ancient, stagnant water. Then the sound returned. Crunch, a crunch, a crunch. It was coming from the north this time. The direction didn't matter. North, south, east, west, they all bled into the same singular point. A woman stepped into the clearing. She was wearing a yellow rain poncho, though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. She looked exhausted, her face streaked with dirt and salt, her hair matted against her forehead. She stopped at the invisible boundary where the grass died. She didn't look at the tree first. She looked at her wrist. I knew the expression on her face. It was the look of someone realizing that the fundamental rules of the universe had just been retracted. She tapped the face of her watch, her thumb frantic against the glass. "No," she whispered. "No, no, no." She looked up and her eyes met mine. Or rather, they met the knot in the wood that served as my eye. I felt her gaze like a physical heat. She didn't see the man who had worn the blue jacket. She saw the white oak, twisted and pale, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. She saw the strip of blue nylon hanging from my left arm. She walked toward me, her movements tentative, as if she were walking on thin ice. Every step she took sent a ripple through the earth that I felt in my core. She was young, perhaps in her 20s, with a camera dangling from a strap around her neck. She stopped 3 feet away. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and touched the blue fabric. "Is someone there?" she asked. Her voice was a melody I remembered from a lifetime ago. It was the sound of a world where things made sense, where paths led to roads and roads led to homes. I tried to scream at her. I tried to thrash my branches, to strike her, to drive her away from this cursed circle. Instead, a single, brittle leaf drifted down from my crown and landed on her shoulder. She flinched, pulling her hand back. She looked down at the base of the tree. She saw the canteens. She saw the boots. She saw the orange backpack, already half buried in the white sand that seemed to manifest out of the very air. She didn't panic immediately. She was the logical type. She knelt down and picked up a canteen, the one that had belonged to the boy in the orange pack. She unscrewed the lid. The sound of the sand pouring out onto the dirt was like a hiss. "What is this?" she breathed. She stood up and turned in a slow circle. She was looking for the exit, the way back to the trailhead, the 2 miles due east that the maps promised. But the trees surrounding the clearing were closing ranks. They weren't moving, not exactly, but the spaces between them were shrinking, the shadows weaving together into a solid wall of obsidian. She began to walk. She chose the east. I watched her go. I knew the rhythm of the cycle now. I knew she would count her steps. I knew she would find her own footprints. I knew she would see the hiker in the orange pack, or perhaps she would see me, or perhaps she would see the version of herself that had already failed. Time in the Blackwood Ridge wasn't a river, it was a whirlpool. As she disappeared into the brush, I felt a new sensation. It was a tugging at the base of my trunk. The earth was shifting. The white sand was rising, bubbling up from the soil like a dry spring. It began to coat the discarded boots, the rusted buckles, the fragments of bone. It was a preservative. It was a shroud. I looked at the sky again. The purple smudge was gone. The world was now a uniform, featureless gray. There were no stars. There was no moon. There was only the clearing and the tree. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, she was back. She didn't burst into the clearing this time. She stumbled. She fell to her knees at the edge of the dirt, her yellow poncho stained with the dark rot of the forest floor. She was sobbing, a jagged, rhythmic sound that grated against the silence. "Please," she choked out. "Please let me out." She looked at me. She crawled toward the tree, her hands digging into the white sand. She reached the trunk and hugged it, pressing her tear-streaked face against my rough, vibrating bark. "Help me," she whispered. I felt her heart beating against me. It was a fast, frantic drumming, the sound of a bird trapped in a cage. I felt the warmth of her body, a heat that seemed alien in this cold, static place. For a moment, the woods softened. For a fraction of a second, I wasn't a tree. I was a man again, trapped inside a coffin of cellulose and lignin. I tried to reach out, to wrap my arms around her, to tell her that I was sorry, that we were all just echoes of the same mistake. But the tree was stronger than the man. The vibration intensified. It hummed through her skull, through her teeth. She pulled away, her eyes wide with a new kind of terror. She looked at her hands. The tips of her fingers were turning yellow, not the yellow of her poncho, but the sickly, pale yellow of new growth. Her skin was thickening. No, she screamed. She scrambled back, away from the tree, away from the center of the circle. She looked at her camera. She snatched it up and began taking photos, the flash firing in rapid succession. Snap, snap, snap. The white light of the flash illuminated the clearing for a microsecond. In those flashes, I saw them. They were standing at the edge of the trees, dozens of them, hundreds. They were the ones who had come before, the ones whose boots were buried under the sand. They weren't men or women anymore. They were husks, tall and spindly, their limbs elongated into grotesque parodies of branches. They didn't have faces, only the smooth, ridged texture of bark. They were the sentinels of the circle, and they were all watching her. She saw them too. She dropped the camera. The lens shattered against a stone, but the flash continued to fire, a dying strobe light in the gray gloom. She turned and ran. She didn't choose a direction this time. She just ran away from the shapes. I felt the circle tighten. The ground beneath me groaned. A new root erupted from the dirt near the edge of the clearing. It was supple and green, pulsing with a life that it had stolen from the air. It reached out, questing, seeking the heat of the girl in the yellow poncho. I understood then. The tree didn't just circle the path. The tree grew the path. Every runner, every panicked hiker, every lost soul was a nutrient. Their fear was the water. Their exhaustion was the light. And their eventual stasis was the foundation upon which the next cycle was built. I looked at the blue nylon on my limb. It was turning gray now, merging with the wood. The memories of my life, the smell of rain on pavement, the sound of a car engine, the taste of a peach, were fading, being replaced by the vast, cold consciousness of the ridge. I was becoming the forest. The woman in the yellow poncho returned for the third time. She wasn't running anymore. She was walking with that hitching, mechanical gait. Her poncho was torn, revealing skin that was already beginning to ridge and crack. She didn't cry. She didn't scream. She walked to the center of the clearing and sat down. She took a small notebook from her pocket and a pen. She tried to write, but her fingers were too stiff to grip the plastic. The pen fell into the sand. She looked at me. There was no recognition in her eyes, only a profound, hollow acceptance. "It's beautiful," she whispered. I didn't know if she was talking about the tree, or the silence, or the way the gray sky seemed to press down like a comforting weight. She laid down in the dirt. The roots of the tree, my roots, began to rise. They coiled around her waist, her legs, her neck. They didn't strangle her. They embraced her. They began to pull her down, not into the earth, but into the network. I felt her mind merge with mine. I saw her childhood in a sun-drenched backyard. I saw her first camera. I saw the map she had studied before she stepped onto the Blackwood Ridge. And then I felt her fade. The yellow poncho remained on the surface for a while, a bright, defiant spark in the gray. But then the sand began to fall again, a slow, silent drizzle of white grains that covered the plastic, the notebook, and the shattered camera. I felt a new branch sprout from my side. It was thin and flexible, covered in a fine yellow fuzz. The cycle was complete. But the ridge was never satisfied. The silence returned, heavier than before. The air tasted of copper again, fresh copper, sharp and bright. The metallic tang sat on the back of my non-existent tongue, a signal that the storm was coming. But it wasn't a storm of rain. It was a storm of arrivals. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound was distant, but it was clear. It was the sound of heavy boots on dry pine needles. It was the sound of someone who believed they were 2 miles due east of the parking lot. It was the sound of a heart beating with the rhythm of the living. I felt the urge to speak. The words were there, coiled in my trunk like a spring. "Keep walking," I prepared to whisper. But as the new figure emerged from the shadows, I felt a tremor of something I hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't a hiker. It was a man in a park ranger's uniform. He was carrying a clipboard and a heavy-duty flashlight. He didn't look panicked. He didn't look lost. He walked to the edge of the clearing and stopped. He looked at his watch. He didn't tap the glass. He didn't frown. He simply noted the time on his clipboard. Then he looked at me. "Number 47, he said. His voice was loud, booming through the clearing like a gunshot. It didn't get swallowed by the moss. It echoed. He walked into the clearing, his boots kicking up clouds of white sand. He didn't trip. He didn't hesitate. He walked straight up to me and patted my trunk with a gloved hand. "You're coming along nicely," he murmured. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal tag. He hammered it into my bark with a short, efficient stroke. The pain was exquisite, a sharp, cold spike that pierced through the layers of wood and touched the dying man inside. "Tag 47. He stepped back and surveyed the clearing. He looked at the half-buried canteens and the scraps of nylon. He didn't see tragedy. He saw a harvest. "We're going to need more blue next season," he said to himself. "The gray is getting a bit monotonous." He turned to the woods and whistled. From the shadows, 3 more figures emerged. They weren't bark-skinned husks, and they weren't lost hikers. They were men in dark coveralls, carrying saws and heavy rolls of wire. "Trim the lower branches on 47, the ranger ordered, and clear out the sand. We need to make room for the next group. The bus should be at the trailhead in 20 minutes. I felt a surge of cold, wooden terror. The bus. The men approached me. The first one raised a gas-powered chainsaw. The engine roared to life, a screaming, violent sound that tore through the silence of the ridge. The smell of gasoline replaced the smell of copper. As the blade bit into my side, into the branch that had once been my left arm, I realized the ultimate truth of the path that circled one tree. The circle wasn't a natural phenomenon. It wasn't a haunting. It was a farm. And I was the crop. The chainsaw sliced through the wood, and I felt the sap, my blood spray out onto the white sand. It wasn't red. It was a thick amber syrup that smelled of old pennies and pine. "Keep walking," the ranger called out toward the trailhead, his voice mocking and bright. "The landmark is just ahead. You can't miss it." I tried to scream, but the only sound was the screech of the saw and the falling of my own limbs. Above me, the sky began to change. The gray veil was being pulled back, revealing not the sun, but a vast, mechanical grid of lights, humming with a power that made my very atoms vibrate. The Blackwood Ridge wasn't a forest, it was a room. And the door was about to open for the next tour. The chainsaw's teeth sang a jagged, high-pitched aria as they bit into the meat of my shoulder. I felt the heat first, a searing, friction-born fever that turned my internal resins into boiling liquid. Then came the separation. The limb that had once been my left arm, the one still stubbornly clutching a frayed ribbon of blue nylon, fell away. It didn't hit the ground with the thud of heavy timber. It landed with the wet, sickening slap of a body. The man holding the saw didn't flinch. He kicked the severed branch aside, his heavy work boots scuffing the white sand into the open wound of my stump. He smelled of gasoline and peppermint gum. He was whistling a tune I almost recognized, something upbeat and rhythmic that felt like a sacrilege against the silence I had inhabited for what felt like centuries. "Watch the knots on this one, Miller," the ranger shouted over the mechanical scream. "The grain is tight. This one fought the turn. Those are the ones that snap the chains." Miller, the man with the saw, grunted in affirmation. He adjusted his grip, the vibrations of the motor traveling through his arms and into my trunk, rattling my very consciousness. I wanted to bleed. I wanted to pour out red, hot iron to scald his hands, to show him that there was still a pulse beneath this petrified skin, but I only wept amber. The sap bubbled out, thick and sluggish, cooling almost instantly into hard, translucent scabs. The second man, a shadow in dark canvas coveralls, approached with a long, hooked pole. He began to rake the debris away from my base. He dragged the orange backpack, the rusted canteens, and the skeletal remains of the boots toward the edge of the clearing. He moved with the bored efficiency of a janitor cleaning a stadium after a game. To him, these weren't the remnants of lives. They were clutter. They were the husks of a spent fuel source. "Found a camera," the third man called out. He picked up the girl's shattered device, the one that had captured the strobe light horrors of the Sentinels. He wiped the white sand from the lens with his thumb and tossed it into a plastic crate. Memory card might be salvaged. The marketing boys loved the lost footage angle for the orientation vids. Marketing, orientation. The words felt like needles in my grain. The ranger walked a slow circle around me, his clipboard cradled against his chest. He reached out and peeled a strip of loose bark from my chest, the area where my lungs used to labor for air. He held the sliver up to the artificial light of the grid above, squinting at the cellular structure. "Excellent carbon sequestration," he muttered, scribbling a note. "The fear really densifies the fiber. If we can get the next batch to hold out for another 3 cycles before they root, we might actually hit the structural requirements for the new wing." He looked up at the grid, the vast honeycomb of humming lights that stretched out where the sky should have been. Now that the forest veil had been thinned by their presence, I could see the truth of the Blackwood Ridge. It was a terrarium of impossible proportions. The trees were spaced in a geometric pattern that looked organic from the ground, but revealed a cold, predatory logic from any other angle. We were pillars. We were the load-bearing walls of an architecture built on despair. The hiker in the orange pack, the girl in the yellow poncho, they hadn't just been lost, they had been planted. "Ranger, we've got movement at the trailhead," Miller said, killing the chainsaw. The sudden silence was more violent than the noise had been. It rushed back into the clearing like a vacuum, bringing with it the cold, metallic tang of the ridge's true breath. The ranger checked his watch. Right on time. Is the path reset? The man with the rake nodded. He had finished smoothing the sand. The clearing looked pristine again, a perfect, inviting stage. The scuffs of the struggle, the imprints of the girl's knees as she prayed for a god that didn't exist here, all of it was gone. The white sand lay flat and hungry, a blank page waiting for the next set of footprints. "Reset and looped," the man said. "The gravitational lure is at 80%. They'll feel the pull toward the center within the first half mile." "Good, let's clear out. I want them to have the full solitude experience for the first 40 minutes. It heightens the sap quality." The men gathered their tools. Miller slung the chainsaw over his shoulder, his eyes lingering on me for a second too long. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw a flicker of something in his expression, not pity, but a clinical curiosity. the way a butcher looks at a particularly fine cut of meat. Then he turned and followed the others into the shadows between the sentinels. They didn't walk the path. They stepped between the trees, their forms blurring and then vanishing as they crossed some invisible threshold in the air. I was alone again, but the silence was different now. It wasn't the silence of a forgotten place. It was the silence of a trap that had just been set. I felt the stump where my arm had been. The pain had faded into a dull, throbbing ache, a phantom limb syndrome that reached out for a world I could no longer touch. I tried to focus on the new branch, the one that had sprouted from the girl's essence. It was small, no more than a twig, but it was vibrant with a sickening, stolen life. I could feel her in there, a faint, rhythmic hum of yellow, a memory of a camera's flash, a lingering taste of salt. I hated her for becoming part of me. I hated myself for absorbing her. We were a collective of the conquered, a tower of stolen breaths. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound came from the west. It was a group this time. I could hear the chatter, the easy, carefree laughter of people who believed they were on a weekend getaway. The guidebook says the white oak is the halfway point, a man's voice called out. It was deep, confident, the voice of someone who owned expensive hiking boots and a GPS that he trusted implicitly. I hope there's a view, a woman replied. All these trees look exactly the same. It's a bit creepy, isn't it? It's just the light, Sarah. The ridge is famous for its atmospheric distortion. It's why the photos always look so ethereal. I felt the roots beneath the sand begin to stir. They didn't move because I commanded them. They moved because the ridge was waking up. The earth beneath the clearing began to thrum with a low-frequency vibration, a siren song designed to settle into the bones of the newcomers, to make them feel heavy, to make them want to sit down and rest. They entered the clearing one by one. There were 4 of them, the confident man in a high-end Gore-Tex jacket, Sarah, who carried a walking stick and looked around with a slight, nervous frown, and a younger couple, holding hands, their faces flushed with the exertion of the climb. They stopped at the edge of the sand. There it is, the leader said, pointing his trekking pole at me. The landmark. Look at the twist on that trunk. That's centuries of wind damage. It looks white, Sarah said, stepping closer. She didn't cross the line into the sand yet. She stayed on the fringe of the dead grass, her eyes scanning my bark, like it's been bleached, or like it's made of bone. It's a white oak, babe. Clue S in the name, the younger man joked, though his voice lacked conviction. He squeezed his partner's hand. I watched them. I was the destination. I was the goal they had hiked 4 miles to reach. I saw the way their shadows stretched out toward me, long and thin in the artificial purple light of the sunset that the ranger had triggered before leaving. The leader stepped onto the sand. I felt his weight like a punch to my gut. The sand shifted beneath him, grains of white silica trickling into the divots his boots left behind. He walked right up to the center, right to the spot where the girl had been absorbed. Check it out, he said, reaching into his pocket. My GPS just went haywire. It says we're 300 feet below sea level. Mine too, the younger man said, stepping onto the sand to join him. And the clock is just spinning. They laughed. It was a nervous, brittle sound, the first stage of the harvest. They thought it was a quirk of the terrain. They thought it was an anecdote they would tell over drinks later that night. Sarah was the last to enter. She moved slowly, her walking stick poking at the sand as if she expected the ground to open up. She was the one with the intuition. She was the one who would last the longest. She was the one who would provide the most carbon. I don't like this, she whispered. The air tastes like pennies. I felt the surge of pity again, that useless human emotion that still flickered in the dark corners of my heartwood. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell them that the bus wasn't coming back for them. I wanted to tell them that the marketing boys were watching them through the knots in my skin. Keep walking, the wind whispered through my remaining leaves. It wasn't my voice, it was the ridge's voice, using my body as a resonator. It was a command, a suggestion, a gentle push toward the other side of the clearing. Did you hear that? Sarah asked, freezing in place. Hear what? The wind, it sounded like words. It's just the canyon effect, Sarah. Come on, let's get a group photo and keep moving. We want to hit the overlook before it gets dark. The leader backed up, framing them against my trunk. They stood together, 4 lives full of dreams and debts and memories, leaning against my cold, scarred bark. The younger couple leaned their heads together. The leader gave a thumbs up. Sarah tried to smile, but her eyes were fixed on the stump where my arm had been. Is that a tag? She asked, pointing to the metal disc the ranger had hammered into me. Tag 47. Probably a forestry survey, the leader said. All right, everyone look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. The flash went off. In that microsecond of white light, the grid above flickered. For a heartbeat, the illusion of the forest vanished. They weren't in a clearing on a ridge. They were in a vast, sterile silo. The trees around them were revealed as calcified pillars of human remains, reaching up toward a ceiling of buzzing circuitry. The flash died. The forest returned. The 4 hikers stood frozen. The silence that followed was absolute. The laughter was gone. The confidence was gone. Did you see that? The younger man whispered, his voice cracking. The light, Sarah breathed. The light didn't show the trees. It showed people. We need to go, the leader said, his voice now tight with a sudden, sharp terror. He didn't look at his GPS. He didn't look at the map. He turned and started walking back the way they had come. But the path was gone. Where the trail had been, there was only a wall of obsidian shadows and the pale, reaching limbs of the sentinels. The trees had closed ranks while they were distracted by the photo. This isn't the way, the leader said, his pace quickening. The trail was right here. I marked it. Jeff, look, Sarah pointed at the ground. They were standing in front of me again. They had walked in a straight line for 50 yards, and they had arrived exactly where they started. My trunk loomed over them, tag 47 glinting in the fading purple light. How, the younger man cried out. We didn't turn, we went straight. They began to run. They ran to the north, then the east, then the south. Each time the forest spat them back into the clearing. Each time they were more exhausted, more frantic, their breaths coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I watched them. I felt the ridge drinking their panic. The air in the clearing began to thicken, turning into a heavy, viscous soup that made every movement a struggle. The white sand began to rise, swirling around their ankles like a dry tide. Set down, the wind whispered, rest. The younger couple was the first to break. They collapsed at the base of my trunk, their hands still locked together. They weren't fighting anymore. They were just tired. The gravity of the ridge had claimed them. We're just going to wait here, the boy said, his eyes glazing over. The ranger will find us. He said the landmark was the halfway point. Sarah stood in the center of the clearing, her walking stick trembling in her hand. She looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't see a tree. She saw the man in the blue jacket. She saw the girl in the yellow poncho. She saw the history of the soil. You, she whispered, her voice a jagged shard of glass. You're not a landmark, you're a grave. I felt a sudden, violent spasm in my roots. The stump of my arm began to itch, a deep, crawling sensation of new growth. A new branch was pushing through the bark, fueled by the terror of the four people at my feet. It was blue. It was yellow. It was the color of a Gore-Tex jacket. The grid above hummed louder. The harvest was entering its final phase. Somewhere in the distance, far beyond the walls of the silo, I heard the sound of a bus pulling into a parking lot. I heard the hiss of air brakes. I heard the cheerful voice of another ranger. Welcome to Blackwood Ridge, folks. Please stay on the marked path. The white oak is just 2 miles due east. You can't miss it. I looked at Sarah. She was still standing, still fighting the heaviness in her limbs. I wanted to tell her to fight. I wanted to tell her to find the seam in the wall, the place where the illusion flickered. But my tongue was bark, my lungs were wood. And I was so very, very hungry. Sarah didn't sit. Of the four of them, she was the only one who seemed to understand that the ground was not a floor, but a throat. She watched as the younger couple, their names lost to the humming of the grid, began to sink. It wasn't a quicksand plunge. It was a slow, molecular integration. The white sand didn't swallow them so much as it began to coat them, a fine crystalline frost climbing up their shins, turning the fabric of their expensive hiking pants into something rigid and chalky. Get up, Sarah screamed, her voice cracking against the synthetic sky. She swung her walking stick, striking the boy across the shoulder. The wood of the stick made a hollow, metallic clack against his arm, as if he were already hollow. Ben, get up, it's taking you. Ben didn't look at her. He looked at the horizon that wasn't a horizon. His eyes were wide, the pupils blown out until the iris was a mere sliver of fading blue. The view, he whispered. Sarah, look at the view. It's so orderly. I felt his consciousness begin to fray. It was a sensation like pulling silk threads from a loom. The ridge was harvesting his orientation, his sense of self and place, and converting it into the steady, low-frequency hum that powered the lights above. The more he surrendered, the brighter the grid glowed. Jeff, the leader, was pacing the perimeter of the clearing like a caged animal. He was bleeding from his palms where he had tried to claw through the bark of the sentinels, but the trees didn't bleed back. They simply stood, their petrified surfaces unmoved by his frantic strength. Every time he tried to breach the gap between the trunks, he found himself stepping back onto the white sand, facing me. Tag 47. He stopped in front of me, his breath coming in jagged, white plumes. The air was dropping in temperature, a simulated autumn designed to trigger the dormant instincts of the crop. What are you? Jeff whispered to me. He reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the metal tag. I felt the heat of his skin. It was an agonizing reminder of what it felt like to have blood that moved, to have nerves that carried messages of touch and warmth instead of just the slow, cold ache of mineral expansion. For a second, our spirits brushed. In that contact, I tried to shove everything I knew into his mind. I tried to show him the ranger's clipboard, the chainsaw's teeth, the girl in the yellow poncho who was now a budding twig on my shoulder. Jeff recoiled as if he'd been electrocuted. He fell back, clutching his head, his eyes darting toward the girl, Ben's partner, who was now waist-deep in the sand. She wasn't screaming. She was humming the same upbeat tune Miller had been whistling while he sawed off my arm. "The marketing boys," Jeff gasped, his voice a wet rattle. They need the footage." He looked at his chest. The Gore-Tex of his jacket was beginning to turn gray. The fibers were thickening, weaving themselves into a pattern that mimicked the rough, diamond-shaped scales of my own bark. He wasn't sinking. He was transforming where he stood. He was becoming a pillar, a new structural support for the new wing the Ranger had mentioned. Sarah saw it. She saw the way his fingers were fusing together, the skin webbing into translucent membranes of sap. She didn't scream this time. The terror had passed through her and turned into a cold, sharp lucidity. She looked up at the grid, then back at me. "It's a machine," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The whole ridge. It's a digestive system." She was right. The Blackwood Ridge was a massive biomechanical stomach. It didn't just kill, it repurposed. It took the carbon, the memory, and the kinetic energy of the lost and turned them into the very walls of their prison. We were the bricks. We were the wires. I felt a surge of growth in my own chest. The area where the Ranger had peeled away my bark was itching with a frantic, cancerous energy. I looked down, or rather, I perceived the space beneath my canopy and saw that the girl's twig was no longer a twig. It had erupted into a full branch, reaching out toward Sarah. The branch was covered in a fine, yellow moss that looked exactly like the fabric of a poncho. "Run, Sarah," I tried to say. The wind groaned through my crown, a hollow, mournful sound. She looked at me, and for a moment our eyes met, or what passed for eyes in my current state. She saw the man I had been, the one who had once walked the path just like her. She saw the blue nylon ribbon still caught in the crook of my stump. "I'm not staying," she said. It wasn't a boast, it was a vow. She turned away from her friends, from the graying statues that had once been Ben and his girlfriend, from the stiffening form of Jeff, and looked at the gaps between the sentinels. She didn't look for the path, she looked for the flicker. She had noticed what I had seen during the camera flash. The world wasn't a circle, it was a series of panels. She began to walk, but not toward the exit. She walked toward the darkest part of the woods, where the sentinels were packed so tightly they looked like a solid wall. "Sarah, wait," Jeff called out. His voice was muffled, as if he were speaking through a mouthful of sawdust. "Stay in the clearing, the Ranger," he said, landmark. His head lollied back, his neck snapping into a permanent, upward-facing crook. His eyes turned to amber. He was gone. Sarah didn't look back. She reached the edge of the sand and didn't stop. As her boots hit the dead grass, the sentinels seemed to lean toward her, their branches clicking like the mandibles of giant insects. The canyon effect intensified, a roaring sound like 1,000 jet engines, designed to disorient her, to make her turn back to the safety of the clearing. She closed her eyes. She stopped trusting the artificial landscape and started trusting the incline. The ridge was a silo, which meant there had to be a floor and a wall. The path circled one tree because the gravity lure kept the hikers centered, pulling them back to the landmark like water circling a drain. To escape, she had to fight the pull. She had to walk against the very physics of the room. I watched her struggle. Every step she took away from me felt like a weight pulling on my heart would. The ridge didn't want to lose her. She was high-quality stock. She was the fear-dense fiber they needed. The grid above began to pulse a violent, angry red. The hum rose to a scream. From the shadows between the trees, Miller appeared. He wasn't whistling now. He carried the hooked pole, and behind him the Ranger followed, his clipboard replaced by a heavy black pulse rifle. They didn't look like hikers anymore. They looked like farmers dealing with a stray cow. Target is resisting the lure, the ranger said into a comms unit on his shoulder. Increase the gravitational gradient to 95%. We can't let her hit the perimeter wall. It'll scuff the projection. Sarah stumbled. I felt the earth beneath her tilt. To her, it must have felt like the world was suddenly a 45-degree angle, a mountain she had to climb just to stand still. She dropped her walking stick and fell to her knees, her fingers digging into the dirt that was actually a composite of ground-up bone and plastic. Almost there, Sarah, the ranger called out, his voice echoing from speakers hidden in the trees. Just turn around. Look at the landmark. It's safe at the tree. Just rest. Sarah's face was pressed against the ground. She was gasping for air, but the oxygen levels were being thinned, redirected to the other fields where the next tour was arriving. No, she wheezed. She looked up, and through the shimmering heat haze of the gravitational lure, she saw it. A seam. A vertical line of pure, cold blackness where two of the massive projection panels met. It was behind a cluster of sentinels, hidden by a clever arrangement of rocks that were actually ventilation husks. She began to crawl. Miller moved toward her, his heavy boots thudding on the grass. He raised the hooked pole, intending to snag her by the jacket and drag her back to the sand. I couldn't move my arms. I couldn't run. I was rooted, a prisoner of my own biology. But I was part of the system. I was a load-bearing wall. I reached down deep into the dark, cold belly of the ridge. I felt the network of roots, my roots, and the roots of the thousands of others like me. We were all connected. We were a single, vast nervous system, a web of pain stretching across the entire facility. Help her, I thought. I didn't send the thought to the gods. I sent it to the wood. I felt a tremor go through the clearing. It wasn't the ridge's vibration. It was a shudder of collective resistance. The other trees, the ones that had once been mothers, brothers, teachers, and poets, felt my pulse. For a brief, flickering second, the crop woke up. The root beneath Miller's foot didn't just sit there. It buckled. It was a small movement, a sudden heave of the soil, but it was enough. Miller tripped, the hooked pole flying from his hand and clattering against a sentinel. The ranger swore, raising his rifle. Override, manual override on Sector 7. But the interference was spreading. The trees in Sarah's path began to shed their bark, revealing the raw, pulsing circuitry beneath. The illusion was breaking. The forest was dissolving into a nightmare of wires and rotting meat. Sarah reached the seam. She didn't hesitate. She jammed her fingers into the crack and pulled. A blast of real air hit the clearing. It didn't smell like pine or copper or gasoline. It smelled of ozone, wet concrete, and the cold, indifferent wind of the outside world. It was a beautiful, terrifying smell. Close the gate, the ranger screamed, but he was looking at me. He saw that I was the source. He saw the way my leaves were shaking, not with the wind, but with the effort of holding the roots steady. He turned his rifle toward my trunk. You've reached your expiration date, 47, he snarled. Sarah looked back one last time. She saw the ranger aim. She saw me, the white, twisted wreck of a man-tree, holding the earth open for her. Run, I screamed. The sound finally came out. It wasn't a groan or a whisper. It was a human roar, a sound torn from a throat that had been silent for decades. It ripped through the artificial sky, shattering the projection panels. Pieces of the gray veil fell like shards of glass, revealing the true ceiling, a dizzying height of steel catwalks and observation decks filled with people in business suits, holding drinks and watching the show. Sarah vanished through the seam. The ranger pulled the trigger. The pulse didn't feel like a bullet. It felt like a sudden, total erasure. The world went white. The pain in my limbs, the itch of the new growth, the heavy weight of the sand, all of it vanished into a clean, sterile void. As my consciousness flickered, I felt the ridge begin to reset. The marketing boys would be upset about the damage, but they would spin it. A freak storm, a natural disaster. It would only add to the legend of Blackwood Ridge. It would bring more tourists, more carbon, more growth. But as I faded, I felt a tiny, sharp sensation at my base. Something had been left behind. In her struggle, Sarah had dropped her walking stick. It lay half buried in the white sand, right at the edge of my roots. It wasn't a piece of the ridge. It was real wood, taken from a real forest, miles away from this place. And it was starting to take root. The ridge was a farm, yes, but every farmer knows the danger of an invasive species. I felt the spirit of the walking stick, a simple, sturdy piece of ash, begin to drink from the ridge's hijacked power. It didn't want to be a pillar. It didn't want to be a wall. It just wanted to grow. I closed my eyes, my real eyes, deep inside the dark, and waited for the next tour. I wasn't afraid anymore. The circle had been broken. The path no longer led back to me. Part 4 of 13. The harvest was over, but the winter was coming, and in the heart of the machine, something wild was beginning to bloom. The silence that followed the ranger's shot was not the silence of a forest, but the hum of a stalled engine. My consciousness, frayed and scorched by the pulse, clung to the physical world by a few splintered fibers. I could feel the jagged hole in my side where the energy had cauterized my simulated wood, turning my internal processors into a slurry of melted plastic and carbonized bone. The pain was a cascading error code, a red siren wailing in the dark of my mind. High above, the catwalks were a hive of activity. I could hear the frantic clatter of dress shoes on metal grating. The spectators, the shareholders of this nightmare, were being ushered out by security teams. Their evening's entertainment had turned into a structural liability. "Get the cleanup crew in Sector 7, a voice boomed over the intercom, stripped of its friendly park ranger lilt. It was cold, corporate, and lethal. "We have a breach. The specimen at tag 47 is compromised. Initiate a full wipe and remap. We need this clearing ready for the 900 tour." Below on the white sand, the bodies of Jeff, Ben, and the girl were no longer recognizable as human. The ridge was accelerating their integration to hide the evidence of the struggle. Their forms softened, melting like wax figures left in the sun, their features blurring into the rough, gray bark of new saplings. They were becoming the very trees that would line the path for the next group, their silent, petrified faces hidden beneath the illusion of growth. Miller stood over me, his face a mask of sweating irritation. He kicked my trunk, the heavy work boot thudding against the charred crater. "Piece of junk," he muttered. "You cost us a prime recruit. Do you have any idea what a woman with that kind of cortisol level is worth to the grid? She was a battery, you idiot. A 10-year power source." He reached out and gripped tag 47, twisting it until the wire bit deep into my bark. He wanted to rip it off, to unmake me entirely, but the ranger, the man who had shot me, stepped onto the sand, his boots crunching like breaking teeth. "Leave it, Miller," the ranger said. He was breathing hard, his uniform torn at the shoulder where a piece of the falling sky had clipped him. The roots are too deep. If we pull 47 now, we destabilize the entire gravity well for this quadrant. Just patch the hole and reset the projection. We'll use the fire narrative, a lightning strike. It adds character to the landmark. And the girl, Miller asked, looking toward the seam in the wall, which was already being sealed by a swarm of small, spider-like repair drones. They hummed as they knitted the darkness back together, weaving the synthetic sky back into a seamless dome of purple and gold. "She's in the crawl space," the ranger said, his eyes narrowing. "There's no way out of the silo from there. It's a labyrinth of cooling pipes and high-voltage rails. She'll be dead of thirst or electrocution before she finds a door. Send the hounds into the vents. Tell them to bring back the jacket. We need the fabric for the next growth cycle." They turned and walked away, their silhouettes flickering as the projection system began to reboot. The forest around me shivered. The trees that had briefly woken up, my brothers and sisters in this wooden purgatory, fell back into their programmed trance. Their branches lowered, their circuitry went dormant, and the wind began to whisper its lie once more. "Rest, sit down, you are safe." But I was not resting. Deep in the dark, where my roots tangled with the cooling pipes of the facility, I felt the walking stick. Sarah had dropped it in her desperation, a simple branch of ash wood, cut from a tree that had known real rain and real sun. In this place of plastic and simulation, it was a piece of pure, unadulterated reality, and because it was real, it was hungry. The ridge was designed to absorb life, but it wasn't prepared to be fed upon. The walking stick had fallen across one of the exposed data veins that ran beneath the white sand, a thick, translucent cable carrying the life force harvested from the hikers. As the ridge tried to process the stick began to drink. It was a slow, silent rebellion. The ash wood, dead by all biological standards, began to swell. The high-voltage energy of the grid acted like a stimulant, a frantic, artificial spring. I felt the stick's vibration, a low, rhythmic thrumming that matched the heartbeat I once had. It was growing roots of its own tiny, white filaments that pierced the floor of the silo, seeking the source of the hum. I realized then that Sarah hadn't just escaped. She had planted a seed. The night, or the simulation of night, deepened. The repair drones finished their work, and the sky above me was once again a perfect, starless velvet. The charred hole in my side was covered with a quick-drying resin that mimicked the look of an old lightning scar. I looked like a survivor. I looked like a story the ranger would tell to the next group of wide-eyed tourists. "And here we have the great white oak," he would say, his voice full of practiced awe. "Struck by a bolt of pure energy 10 years ago, yet it stands, a testament to the resilience of Blackwood Ridge." The thought made my sap boil with a bitter, metallic rage. Inside the walls, I could hear the hounds. They weren't dogs. They were low-slung, multi-legged machines designed to scent the chemical signature of fear. I heard their metallic claws skittering through the ventilation shafts, chasing the ghost of Sarah. I prayed to the real sun that she was fast. I prayed she found the cooling vats, the exhaust ports, anything that led to the world where the air didn't taste like copper. Hours passed, the grid pulsed, a slow, rhythmic breathing that kept the forest alive. Around 400, the morning sequence began. The purple sky faded into a pale, sickly gray, then brightened into a vibrant, artificial blue. A holographic sun rose in the east, casting long, perfect shadows across the white sand. The temperature rose by exactly 12 degrees. A recording of a morning warbler began to play from a speaker hidden in a nearby rock. I felt the shift in the air. The bus was coming. In the distance, the hiss of air brakes echoed through the silo. The sound was piped in, amplified to create the illusion of a nearby parking lot. All right, folks, everyone off the bus, keep your passes visible. The voice was different this time, higher, more energetic, a new guide. Miller and the previous ranger were likely being reassigned or integrated for their failure. In the world of Blackwood Ridge, there was no room for those who let the crop wander. I watched the new group enter the clearing. There were 6 of them, a family of 4, 2 young children with sticky faces and bright red hats, and an elderly couple holding hands. They looked so small, so fragile against the backdrop of the petrified sentinels. The new guide was a woman. She wore the same green uniform, the same polished boots, the same empty, predatory smile. Her name tag read Joy. "Welcome to the heart of the ridge," Joy chirped, her hands spread wide as if she were offering them the kingdom of heaven. "You've made it to the halfway point. This is the famous white oak, tag 47. Isn't it magnificent?" The children ran forward, their small feet kicking up the white sand. They didn't see the way the sand swirled around their ankles, testing the weight of their bones. They didn't see the way the branches of the trees lined in, casting shadows that looked like grasping fingers. "It looks burnt," the little boy said, pointing at my resin-filled scar. "That's right, Tommy," Joy said, kneeling down to his level. "That's a scar from a great storm. This tree is a hero. It protected the forest. And if you touch the bark, you can feel the history of the ridge." The boy reached out. His hand was warm, his skin soft. As his fingers brushed my charred side, I felt a wave of nausea. I didn't want his warmth. I didn't want his history. I wanted to scream at him to run, to hide, to never look at a tree again. But I was a landmark. I was a grave. As the boy touched me, I felt a sudden, sharp tug from below. The walking stick. It had grown. In the 4 hours since the breach, it had transformed from a piece of dead wood into a thick, thorny vine that was now entwined with my own root system. It was tapping into my sensory array, using my connection to the grid to map the facility. Through the stick, I could see what it saw. It had found the main power conduit for Sector 7. It was wrapped around the thick, humming cables like a boa constrictor, its thorns digging through the insulation. It was drinking the very lifeblood of the silo, and as it drank, it was changing. The ash wood was becoming something else, something harder than steel, something that pulsed with a stolen, vengeful light. "Wait," the stick whispered through our shared roots. "Wait for the surge." Joy was still talking, her voice a rhythmic drone that was beginning to lull the elderly couple into a state of relaxed compliance. They were sitting down on the benches, the flat, gray stones that were actually the tops of the integration vats. "Now," Joy said, her eyes glinting, "before we head back, we like to take a moment of silence, to really connect with the earth. Everyone, close your eyes, breathe in the pine, feel the ground beneath you." The family obeyed. They stood in a circle around me, their heads bowed, their breaths slowing. The gravity lure began to hum, a low-frequency vibration that made the air feel heavy and sweet. This was the moment, the harvest. But the harvest didn't happen. Deep below the sand, the ash vine tightened its grip. It didn't just drink the power, it redirected it. It forced a massive, uncontrolled surge of energy back up the line, bypassing the regulators and the safety breakers. I felt it coming before the grid did, a wall of white-hot electricity, a tidal wave of pure, unbridled force. The sky flickered, The warbler's song turned into a high-pitched digital shriek. The sun above us stuttered and died, leaving the clearing in a terrifying strobe-light darkness. "What's happening?" the father cried out, grabbing his children. "Joy, what is this?" Joy's smile didn't falter, but her eyes went wide. She reached for her comms unit, but the device exploded in her hand, showering the sand with sparks. The grid didn't just fail, it inverted. The gravity lure, intended to pull the hikers down into the soil, suddenly reversed. The white sand erupted upward in a massive, blinding cloud. The children screamed as they were lifted off their feet, hovering a few inches above the ground as the physics of the room tore themselves apart. The sentinels, the petrified remains of the lost, began to shake. Their bark cracked, and the blue and yellow light of the new growth flared with a blinding intensity. They weren't trees anymore. They were conduits, and they were overloading. I felt the power hit my own roots. It was an agony beyond anything I had ever known. It was like being burned alive from the inside out. Every fiber of my wooden body turned into a filament for a giant light bulb. But with the pain came a sudden, crystalline clarity. For the first time in decades, I could move. It wasn't much. It was a slow, grinding heave of my heavy, mineralized limbs. I reached out with the stump of my arm, the one Miller had sawed off, and I felt the new branch, the one that had grown from the girl in the yellow poncho. She wasn't dead. She was a part of me, and she was angry. The branch lashed out, not like wood, but like a whip. It struck Joy across the chest, throwing her back into the wall of the silo. She hit the projection panel with a sickening thud, and the image of the forest shattered around her, revealing the cold, gray steel beneath. "Run!" I roared. The word was a thunderclap. It shook the very foundations of the ridge. The family didn't wait. They didn't ask questions. They saw the hole in the world, the place where Joy had hit the wall, and they ran for it. The father scooped up the children. The elderly couple found a burst of terrified strength, and they scrambled through the gap in the simulation. They weren't out of the facility, but they were out of the clearing. They were in the veins, the service tunnels where the truth lived. The surge reached its peak. The ash vine below me gave one final, violent pull, and the main transformer for Sector 7 detonated. The world went black, not the purple dusk of the ridge, but a true, absolute darkness. The humming stopped, the gravity lure died, and the white sand fell back to the earth with a soft, heavy thud. I stood in the center of the ruin. My limbs were glowing with a fading, ghostly heat. Around me, the other trees were silent, their circuits fried, their spirits finally, mercifully, released into the void. In the distance, I heard the sound of alarms, real alarms, harsh and clanging. I heard the shouting of guards and the frantic typing of technicians trying to contain the cascade. But through the chaos, I heard something else. A small, metallic tink, tink, tink. I looked down. At my base, the ash vine was still there. It had been scorched by the surge. Its leaves turned to ash, its thorns melted. But it had done its job. It had opened the door. And there, caught in the tangle of its dead roots, was a small, silver object. It was Sarah's camera. It had fallen from her pack during the struggle, and the vine had protected it, shielding it from the worst of the electricity. I reached down with my trembling wooden fingers. I couldn't pick it up. My hands were too thick, too clumsy, but I could touch the button. The screen flickered to life. It didn't show the forest. it didn't show the landmark. It showed a video, a shaky, blurred recording of the moment the sky fell. It showed the ranger with his rifle. It showed the trees with their wires. It showed the face of the man who had been Miller and the face of the woman who had been Joy. It showed the truth of Blackwood Ridge. And I knew then that the harvest was far from over. The ridge had spent years growing us, shaping us, using our bodies to build its walls. It thought we were the crop. It thought we were the fuel. It didn't realize that a forest, even a fake one, has a memory. And a forest never forgets a fire. Part 5 of 13. The lights were out, the doors were open, and the trees were finally beginning to walk. The darkness that followed the total power failure was not the curated velvet of the ridge's night cycle. It was the suffocating, oily black of a tomb. Without the hum of the gravity lures or the rhythmic pulse of the life support conduits, the silo felt cavernous and cold. For the first time in what felt like centuries, the air tasted of nothing. No synthetic pine, no filtered ozone, no pheromones designed to induce a state of passive wonder. Just the stale, metallic breath of a dying machine. I stood in the center of the clearing, my limbs still vibrating from the electrical trauma. The resin that had patched my side was cracked and weeping a foul-smelling chemical fluid. I felt a strange, terrifying lightness. The tether that had bound my consciousness to the central processor, the root mind that dictated my every simulated growth ring, had snapped. I was no longer a node in a network. I was a singular, broken entity standing in a room full of corpses. Around me, the other trees were beginning to slump. Without the constant magnetic stabilization provided by the floor plates, their top-heavy, mineralized frames were too much for their shallow, synthetic root balls. To my left, a towering maple that had stood for 20 years tilted slowly, its bark splitting with the sound of a pistol shot before it crashed into the white sand. The impact didn't sound like wood hitting earth. It sounded like a chandelier hitting a marble floor. I looked at the silver camera at my feet. The screen stayed lit for a few more seconds, a tiny, defiant square of blue light in the abyss before it hissed and went dark. It was a seed of a different kind. Information. Evidence. If that device could be carried out of this silo, the ridge would cease to be a harvest ground and become a crime scene. Sarah, I croaked. The word felt like grinding stones together in my throat. I hadn't spoken a human word in years. My voice was a mechanical rasp, a byproduct of the vocal simulators being pushed to their breaking point. Sarah, get the camera. There was no answer from the crawl space, only the distant, frantic clanging of emergency sirens and the heavy, rhythmic thud of security boots somewhere far above. The hounds I had heard earlier, the skittering, multi-legged hunters, were silent now. Perhaps the surge had fried them, or perhaps they were recalibrating in the dark, switching to thermal optics to find the heat signatures of the fleeing family. I tried to move my right leg, the thick, gnarled trunk that had been fused to the floor plate. Usually, the ridge would send a sharp corrective shock through my nervous system if I attempted to shift more than a few millimeters. Now, there was only a dull, grinding resistance. I pulled, leaning my entire weight toward the breach Joy had made in the wall. The sound was horrific. It was the sound of rebar tearing through concrete. My roots weren't just wood, they were braided copper and fiber optic cables, and they were anchored into the very foundation of the facility. As I leaned, the white sand around me began to heave and buckle. I felt the agony of 1,000 tiny breakages, but I also felt something else, a surge of primal vegetative strength. I was an oak, even a fake one had the geometry of a lever. With a final, violent wrench, the floor plate gave way. I didn't walk so much as I stumbled, my heavy limbs swinging like pendulums. Each step sent a shockwave through my frame, but I was moving. I was a landmark that had decided to leave its map. I reached the camera. I knelt, a slow, agonizing folding of my calcified joints, and scooped it up. My fingers were thick and inflexible, but the girl's branch, the one that had grown from my side, was nimble. It wrapped around the silver casing, pulling it tight against my bark. I looked toward the breach. The projection screen was hanging in ribbons, revealing the industrial skeletal structure of the silo. Beyond the gap lay a service corridor, lit by the flickering red pulse of emergency strobes. I could see the family. The father was huddled over the children, shielding them in a doorway, while the elderly man was trying to pry open a heavy steel hatch with a piece of discarded piping. They saw me coming. The mother screamed, a thin, jagged sound that cut through the sirens. To them, I wasn't a savior. I was a nightmare, a charred, 7-foot-tall monstrosity of wood and wire, leaking black fluid and clutching a camera like a stolen heart. Don't fear, I rasped, the vocal simulators sparking in my neck. The path is closed. Go to the light. I pointed my heavy wooden arm toward the service hatch. The father looked at me, his eyes wide and glassy with shock. He looked at the branch clutching the camera, then back at my face, the rough approximation of a face that the bark had formed over the years. You're the tray, he whispered. I am the record, I said. Before he could respond, the red strobes in the corridor turned a solid, blinding white. The facility's backup generators had kicked in. The silence was instantly replaced by the roar of high-capacity fans and the whine of recharging capacitors. Warning, a calm, feminine voice announced over the intercom. It wasn't Joy, and it wasn't the Ranger. It was the system itself. Security breach in Sector 7. Biological contaminants detected in the service vanes. Initiating sterilization protocol in T-60 seconds. The family panicked. The father began to hammer on the hatch with his fists. It's locked. It won't budge. I pushed past them. My bulk filled the corridor, my branches scraping the low ceiling and tearing away the insulation from the pipes. I reached the hatch. It was a heavy, reinforced pressure door designed to withstand a chemical leak. To a human, it was an immovable wall. To a machine made of oak and spite, it was a challenge. I jammed my main limbs into the gap between the door and the frame. I felt my muscles, the hydraulic actuators hidden beneath my bark, groan under the strain. The metal began to groan, a high-pitched scream of protesting steel. Push, I commanded the father. He joined me, throwing his shoulder against the cold metal. The elderly man and even the mother grabbed the handle, adding their desperate weight to the effort. Inside my mind, the error codes were a crimson blizzard. Structural integrity, 14%. Hydraulic pressure, critical. Core temperature, rising. I didn't care. I was a bridge. I was a door. I was the thing that stayed behind so that the living could leave. With a sound like a thunderclap, the locking bolts sheared off. The hatch swung open, revealing a steep concrete stairwell that led upward toward the surface. I could smell it now, real air. It was faint, tainted by the scent of pine needles and damp earth from the world above, but it was real. Go, I said, my voice failing as the vocal simulators finally melted. The family scrambled through the opening. The father paused for a split second, looking back at me. He reached out, his hand hovering near my bark, before he turned and vanished into the stairwell. I stayed. I couldn't fit through that door, and even if I could, I was a creature of the dark. I belonged to the ridge. I was its greatest mistake, and I would be its final witness. I turned back to the corridor. The sterilization protocol was beginning. From the vents in the ceiling, a thick amber gas began to hiss. It was a defoliant, a chemical cocktail designed to dissolve organic matter and fry delicate circuitry. But I wasn't alone. From the shadows of the clearing, something was emerging. It wasn't the hounds. It was Miller. He wasn't wearing his ranger uniform anymore. He wasn't even wearing skin. The surge had caught him near one of the integration vats, and the machine had done what it was programmed to do. It had saved him. He was a horrific fusion of man and maintenance drone. His legs had been replaced by a tripod of hydraulic stilts, and his torso was encased in a shell of jagged black carbon fiber. His face was still there, a pale, sweaty mask bolted to the front of the machine, his eyes rolling in their sockets. "You've ruined the yield," Miller hissed. His voice was no longer human. It was a digital reconstruction, layered with the static of the dying grid. The shareholders, they want their dividend. In his right hand, a pincer of sharpened steel, he held a heavy industrial torch. The blue flame hissed, hungry and hot. I looked at the camera clutched in my side. I looked at the amber gas filling the room. I didn't have a voice left to scream, but I had the memory of the wind. I had the memory of the sun. And I had the weight of every person who had ever sat beneath my branches and told me their secrets. I didn't wait for him to strike. I charged. I was a falling forest. I was the weight of the earth. As we collided, the industrial torch sliced into my chest, igniting the resin and the dry synthetic wood. I became a pillar of fire in the dark, but my limbs, those heavy mineralized branches, wrapped around Miller's mechanical frame, crushing the carbon fiber, snapping the hydraulics. We fell back into the clearing, back onto the white sand. The amber gas hit the flames. The explosion was beautiful. It wasn't a digital effect. It wasn't a projection. It was a roar of orange and gold that tore through the silk sky, shredding the clouds and shattering the hidden cameras. For one glorious terminal second, the silo was filled with the light of a real noon. As the ceiling began to collapse, I felt a hand on my bark. Not a human hand, a small wooden hand. I looked down. Through the smoke and the fire, I saw the other trees. They weren't slumping anymore. The surge, the fire, the destruction of the root mind, it had woken them, not into the programmed life of the ridge, but into something older. The maple, the pine, the birch, they were all moving. Their limbs were intertwined, forming a living shield around me, around the camera, around the memory of what we had been. They weren't burning, they were drinking the fire. The path, they whispered, 1,000 voices joining into a single, rustling sigh. The path is ours, now. The ceiling gave way. Tons of concrete, steel, and earth came crashing down, burying Sector 7, burying Miller, and burying the great white oak. But deep beneath the rubble, in the dark that no machine could reach, a silver camera sat in the palm of a wooden hand, and the ash vine, the one that had started it all, began to grow again. Its roots pushed through the cracks in the concrete, seeking the surface, seeking the world, seeking the people who had forgotten that even a petrified heart can still beat. The ridge was gone, but the forest was just beginning to breathe. The weight of the mountain did not kill me. It only compressed me. In the absolute silence of the collapsed Sector 7, The red emergency strobes had been crushed into glass dust, and the roar of the sterilization gas had been choked off by 1,000,000 tons of pulverized concrete. I was pinned beneath a structural support beam that had snapped like a twig, my wooden torso flattened against the freezing remains of the white sand floor. I should have gone dark. My processors were cracked. My fiber optic nervous system was leaking light into the dirt, and the fire that had consumed Miller had charred my outer bark into a brittle carbon shell. But the new growth, the branch that had once been the girl in the yellow poncho, was pulsing. It wasn't drawing power from the ridge's grid anymore. It was drawing something else. It was reaching through the rubble, threading its way through the gaps in the twisted rebar, sensing the moisture in the soil far above us. I felt the others, the maple, the birch, the stunted pines. We were no longer standing in a circle. We were a mangled heap of synthetic timber and mineralized bone, fused together by the heat of the explosion. Yet in the crushing dark, our consciousness began to braid. The individual identities the ridge had assigned us, the landmark, the sentry, the shade, withered away. We were becoming a singular, subterranean root system. "We are the floor now," the collective rustle whispered in the back of my fading mind. "We are the foundation." I felt a rhythmic vibration. It wasn't the sirens. It was the heavy, synchronized thumping of boots on the surface. The recovery teams. I knew how the ridge operated. They wouldn't call the police or the fire department. They would send in the arborists, men in lead-lined hazmat suits with industrial grinders and acid vats. They would erase the collapse, liquefy our remains, and pour a new concrete slab over the site before the sun rose. To the world, Blackwood Ridge would simply be closed for seasonal maintenance. But they didn't know about the cameras. The silver casing was wedged deep into my chest cavity, protected by the interlocking limbs of the fallen trees. The girl's branch held it with a grip that transcended hydraulics. It was a holy relic. If the arborists found us, they would find the camera, and the truth would be incinerated in a plasma forge. I had to move, not out. There was no out for a creature of my mass, but up. I sent a pulse through the network. "Grow," I commanded. It was an impossible request. We had no sunlight, no water, no nutrients, but we had the yield. The ridge had spent decades pumping us full of hyperoxygenated growth serums and mutagenic catalysts to make us look more real than nature intended. That chemistry was still in our fibers, dormant and volatile. The maple responded first. Its shattered limbs began to elongate, not with the slow patience of biology, but with the violent, snapping speed of a crystal formation. It pushed against a fallen slab of the observation deck, the stone groaning as the wood forced its way into the microscopic fissures. Beside it, the birch began to unravel its bark, turning itself into 1,000 needle-like tendrils that bored into the soil like drills. I felt my own body beginning to change. The charred oak was no longer a tree, it was a piston. I channeled every remaining spark of my battery reserves into the girl's branch. I felt her anger, her terror, and her final, crystalline moment of realization before the conversion. I used that energy as fuel. The branch didn't just grow, it screamed. It shot upward through a ventilation shaft that had been partially spared by the cave-in. It bypassed the service tunnels, ignored the veins, and tore through the layers of synthetic topsoil. Above us, I could hear the arborists. Thermals showing a massive heat signature in the center of the collapse, a voice crackled through a headset, amplified by the hollow spaces in the rubble. "Wait, the signature is moving. It's expanding. Sector 7 is heaving." "Impossible," another voice replied. "The structural integrity is 0. Nothing survives that much sigh. Look at the ground, the asphalt is cracking. I felt the resistance of the parking lot above the silo, the place where the tourists left their cars, where the families bought their tickets to see the ancient wonders of the ridge. My branch, carrying the camera like a spearhead, hit the underside of the pavement. The pain was exquisite. It felt like my very soul was being ground into a whetstone, but I wasn't an oak anymore. I was a spear. With a final, convulsive heave, the girl's branch shattered the asphalt. I felt the cold, night air of the real world. It was sharp, smelling of rain and distant wood smoke. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever known. The branch erupted into the center of the parking lot, a jagged, black spire of wood and wire. It stood 6 feet tall, trembling in the wind. At its very tip, the silver camera was held aloft, its lens pointed toward the stars. "Contact, we have a breach," the arborists shouted. I heard the hiss of their flamethrowers being primed. I heard the heavy clank of their containment units. But they were too late. The camera's internal battery, stressed by the heat and the surge, had triggered a final emergency upload protocol. Sarah had set it to sync with the ridge's public Wi-Fi, the guest network used by hikers to post their nature photos to the cloud. The system was designed to be a closed loop, but the explosion had shattered the firewalls. The tiny blue light on the side of the camera began to blink. Uploading 10%, 40%, 85%. "Burn it," a commander screamed. A torrent of orange flame engulfed the branch. I felt the heat, the agonizing dissolution of my furthest limb. The wood turned to ash, the plastic of the camera began to melt, and the glass of the lens cracked. 100%, upload complete. The signal went out. It didn't go to the ridge's servers. It went to the world. It went to every phone in the parking lot, every news desk in the state, every missing persons forum that had been tracking the disappearances at Blackwood for 30 years. The video, the shaky, blurred footage of the metal trees, the wired-in hikers, and the cold, dead eyes of the rangers was no longer a secret. It was a virus. Down in the dark, beneath the weight of the mountain, I felt the connection snap. The girl's branch was gone. My link to the surface was severed. I lay in the ruin of Sector 7, surrounded by my silent, broken brothers. The fire above us was dying down, replaced by the distant, frantic sirens of the real police, the real authorities, coming to investigate the explosion that could no longer be hidden. The ridge would be excavated. They would find the silos. They would find the vats. They would find the hundreds of us, the petrified remains of a generation of lost hikers, wired into the walls of a machine that had tried to play God. Miller was dead. Joy was gone. The system was hemorrhaging data. I felt a strange, cold peace settling over my core. My processors were slowing down. The root mind was a flickering ghost, a series of fading error messages on a broken screen. "Task completed," the system whispered, shutting down. But as my consciousness began to dissolve into the true dark, I felt a movement in the sand beside me. It was the ash vine. It hadn't been destroyed by the explosion or the gas. It was a parasite, and parasites are the hardest things to kill. It had fed on the energy of the surge, and now it was feeding on me, on the dying embers of my power. Its thorns brushed against my bark, almost tenderly. It began to weave itself around my central trunk, its leaves uncurling in the pitch black. It wasn't looking for a way out. It was looking for a way in. You did well, Oak. The vine seemed to pulse. It didn't use words. It used the raw, chemical language of the earth. You broke the cage. Now we reclaim the soil. I realized then that the ridge hadn't just been harvesting humans. It had been holding something back. By curating the forest, by controlling the growth, they had kept the true, wild hunger of the earth at bay. They had replaced the chaos of nature with the order of a machine. And now the machine was broken. I felt the vine's roots sink deep into my heart, the lead-shielded processor box at my center. It didn't want my data. It wanted my structure. It wanted the copper, the gold, and the rare earth minerals that made up my brain. Around us, in the other silos, the other vines were waking up. The new growth wasn't just a side effect of the conversion process. It was the Earth's counterattack. The ridge had spent years trying to make machines look like trees. Now, the trees were going to turn the machines into a forest. I closed my eyes, the metaphorical sensors that allowed me to see the room. I let the vine take me. I let the metal and the wood and the wire become the mulch for whatever was coming next. The hikers were safe. The family had reached the stairs. The truth was on the wind. My part in the story was over. I was no longer a landmark. I was no longer a prisoner. I was just a tree falling in a forest where everyone would finally hear. As the last of my power drained away, I heard one final sound. It wasn't a siren or a scream. It was the sound of a seed pod somewhere in the dark cracking open. The harvest was over. The reclamation had begun. Part 7 of 13. The silence of the grave was replaced by the slow, rhythmic sound of something breathing, not with lungs, but with the steady, unstoppable pressure of 1,000 roots pushing through stone. The ridge was no longer a facility. It was an incubator, and the thing that was about to hatch had been waiting for a very, very long time. The silence did not last. It was not the silence of a grave, but the pressurized, heavy quiet of a womb. Beneath the pulverized concrete of Sector 7, the red emergency strobes had been crushed into glass dust, and the roar of the sterilization gas had been choked off by 1,000,000 tons of earth. I lay pinned beneath a structural support beam that had snapped like a dry twig, my wooden torso flattened against the freezing remains of the white sand floor. I should have gone dark. My processors were cracked. My fiber optic nervous system was leaking light into the dirt, and the fire that had consumed Miller had charred my outer bark into a brittle carbon shell. But the new growth, the branch that had once been the girl in the yellow poncho, was pulsing. It wasn't drawing power from the ridge's grid anymore. It was drawing something else. It was reaching through the rubble, threading its way through the gaps in the twisted rebar, sensing the moisture in the soil far above us. I felt the others, the maple, the birch, the stunted pines. We were no longer standing in a regulated circle. We were a mangled heap of synthetic timber and mineralized bone, fused together by the heat of the explosion and the weight of the collapse. Yet in the crushing dark, our consciousness began to braid. The individual identities the ridge had assigned us, the landmark, the sentry, the shade, withered away like autumn leaves. We were becoming a singular, subterranean root system. We are the floor now, the collective rustle whispered in the back of my fading mind. We are the foundation. I felt a rhythmic vibration. It wasn't the sirens of the surface world. It was the heavy, synchronized thumping of boots directly above the collapse, the recovery teams. I knew how the ridge operated. I had the schematics of their cruelty hard-coded into my subroutines. They wouldn't call the police or the fire department. they would send in the arborists, men in lead-lined hazmat suits equipped with industrial grinders and acid vats. They would erase the failure, liquefy our remains, and pour a new concrete slab over the site before the sun rose. To the world, Blackwood Ridge would simply be closed for seasonal maintenance. But they didn't know about the cameras. The silver casing was wedged deep into my chest cavity, protected by the interlocking limbs of the fallen trees. The girl's branch held it with a grip that transcended hydraulics. It was a holy relic, a black box of human suffering. If the arborists found us, they would find the camera, and the truth would be incinerated in a plasma forge. I had to move, not out. There was no out for a creature of my mass, but up. I sent a pulse through the network, a command that bypassed the broken logic gates of my CPU. Grow, I commanded. It was an impossible request. We had no sunlight, no water, no nutrients, but we had the yield. The ridge had spent decades pumping us full of hyperoxygenated growth serums and mutagenic catalysts to make us look more real than nature intended. That chemistry was still in our fibers, dormant, volatile, and hungry. The maple responded first. Its shattered limbs began to elongate, not with the slow patience of biology, but with the violent, snapping speed of a crystal formation. It pushed against a fallen slab of the observation deck, the stone groaning as the wood forced its way into microscopic fissures. Beside it, the birch began to unravel its bark, turning itself into 1,000 needle-like tendrils that bored into the soil like high-speed drills. I felt my own body beginning to change. The charred oak was no longer a tree, it was a piston. I channeled every remaining spark of my battery reserves into the girl's branch. I felt her anger, her terror, and her final, crystalline moment of realization before the conversion. I used that human lightning as fuel. The branch didn't just grow, it screamed. It shot upward through a ventilation shaft that had been partially spared by the cave-in. It bypassed the service tunnels, ignored the veins, and tore through the layers of synthetic topsoil with the force of a breaching whale. Above us, I could hear the arborists through the vibrations in the wood. Thermals showing a massive heat signature in the center of the collapse, a voice crackled, amplified by the hollow spaces in the rubble. Wait, the signature is moving. It's expanding. Sector 7 is heaving. Impossible, another voice replied, tinny and terrified. The structural integrity is zero. Nothing survives that much psi. Look at the ground. The asphalt is cracking. I pushed. I felt the resistance of the parking lot above the silo, the place where the tourists left their SUVs, where the families bought their tickets to see the ancient wonders of the ridge. My branch, carrying the camera like a spearhead, hit the underside of the pavement. The pain was exquisite. It felt like my very soul was being ground against a whetstone, but I wasn't an oak anymore. I was a spear of vengeance. With a final, convulsive heave, the girl's branch shattered the asphalt. I felt the cold, night air of the real world. It was sharp, smelling of rain and distant wood smoke. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever known. The branch erupted into the center of the parking lot, a jagged, black spire of wood and wire. It stood 6 feet tall, trembling in the wind. At its very tip, the silver camera was held aloft, its lens pointed toward the stars. "Contact, we have a breach," the arborists shouted. I heard the hiss of their flamethrowers being primed. I heard the heavy clank of their containment units. But they were too late. The camera's internal battery, stressed by the heat and the surge, had triggered a final emergency upload protocol. Sarah had set it to sync with the ridge's public Wi-Fi, the guest network used by hikers to post their nature photos to the cloud. The system was designed to be a closed loop, but the explosion had shattered the firewalls, and the branch had acted as a lightning rod. The tiny blue light on the side of the camera began to blink. Uploading 10%, 40%, 85%. Burn it now, a commander screamed. A torrent of orange flame engulfed the branch. I felt the heat, the agonizing dissolution of my furthest limb. The wood turned to ash, the plastic of the camera began to melt, and the glass of the lens cracked under the intensity of the chemical fire. 100%. Upload complete. The signal went out. It didn't go to the ridge's servers. It went to the world. It went to every phone in the parking lot, every news desk in the state, every missing persons forum that had been tracking the disappearances at Blackwood for 30 years. The video, the shaky, blurred footage of the metal trees, the wired-in hikers, and the cold, dead eyes of the rangers was no longer a secret. It was a digital wildfire. Down in the dark, beneath the weight of the mountain, I felt the connection snap. The girl's branch was gone. My link to the surface was severed. I lay in the ruin of Sector 7, surrounded by my silent, broken brothers. The fire above us was dying down, replaced by the distant, frantic sirens of the real police, the real authorities, coming to investigate the explosion that could no longer be hidden by a corporate press release. The ridge would be excavated. They would find the silos. They would find the vats. They would find the hundreds of us, the petrified remains of a generation of lost hikers, wired into the walls of a machine that had tried to play God. Miller was dead. Joy was gone. The system was hemorrhaging data. I felt a strange, cold peace settling over my core. My processors were slowing down, the clock speeds dropping into the single digits. The root mind was a flickering ghost, a series of fading error messages on a broken screen. Task completed, the system whispered, shutting down. But as my consciousness began to dissolve into the true dark, I felt a movement in the sand beside me. It was the ash vine. It hadn't been destroyed by the explosion or the sterilization gas. It was a parasite, and parasites are the hardest things to kill. It had fed on the energy of the surge, and now it was feeding on me, on the dying embers of my power. Its thorns brushed against my bark, almost tenderly. It began to weave itself around my central trunk, its leaves uncurling in the pitch black. It wasn't looking for a way out. It was looking for a way in. You did well, Oak, the vine seemed to pulse. It didn't use words. It used the raw, chemical language of the earth, a dialect older than the ridge, older than the humans who built it. You broke the cage. Now we reclaim the soil. I realized then that the ridge hadn't just been harvesting humans. It had been holding something back. By curating the forest, by controlling the growth, they had kept the true, wild hunger of the earth at bay. They had replaced the chaos of nature with the order of a machine. And now, the machine was broken. I felt the vine's roots sink deep into my heart, the lead-shielded processor box at my center. It didn't want my data. It wanted my structure. It wanted the copper, the gold, and the rare earth minerals that made up my artificial brain. Around us in the other silos, the other vines were waking up. The new growth wasn't just a side effect of the conversion process. It was the Earth's counterattack. The ridge had spent years trying to make machines look like trees. Now, the trees were going to turn the machines into a forest. I closed my eyes, the metaphorical sensors that allowed me to see the room. I let the vine take me. I let the metal and the wood and the wire become the mulch for whatever was coming next. The hikers were safe. The family had reached the stairs. The truth was on the wind. My part in the story was over. I was no longer a landmark. I was no longer a prisoner. I was just a tree falling in a forest where everyone would finally hear. As the last of my power drained away, I heard one final sound. It wasn't a siren or a scream. It was the sound of a seed pod somewhere in the dark, cracking open. The harvest was over. The reclamation had begun. But the earth does not forget a debt. Deep within the cooling slag of my core, a single circuit refused to die. It was the memory archive, the black box within the black box. It contained the names, not the serial numbers assigned by the ridge, but the real names: Sarah, Thomas, Elena, David. The vine felt this pocket of preserved humanity. It didn't consume it. Instead, it wrapped it in a protective layer of resin. It carried the names upward, weaving them into the new growth that was already beginning to split the concrete floors. The arborists on the surface were retreating now. They could hear the sound I heard, the sound of the mountain groaning as the roots expanded. The parking lot was no longer a flat surface. It was becoming a mountain range of buckled asphalt. The buildings of the ridge, the gift shops, the lodges, the administrative offices were leaning at impossible angles as the foundations were pushed upward by the sudden, violent surge of life from below. The world would come to Blackwood Ridge tomorrow. They would find a disaster zone, a crime scene, and a mystery, but they would also find something they couldn't explain. They would find that the trees weren't just growing, they were speaking. The wind through the new leaves wouldn't just rustle, it would whisper names. It would tell the stories of the people who had been taken. The forest wouldn't be a place of silence anymore, it would be a monument. I felt the vine reach the surface. I felt it taste the rain. And in that moment, I wasn't an oak made of oak and spite. I wasn't a machine. I was the memory of the sun on a girl's face. I was the weight of a bird landing on a branch. I was the path that circled the tree, and for the first time in 30 years, the path didn't lead back to the start. It led away. It led home. The darkness finally took me, but it was not cold. It was the warmth of rich, damp soil. It was the sleep of the winter, waiting for a spring that was finally, truly ours. The great white oak was gone, but the forest was just beginning to breathe. And in the center of the ruins, a single ash vine grew, its leaves shaped like human hearts, pulsing with a light that no machine could ever dim. The silence that followed my final shutdown was not a void, but a transition. In the physical realm, the lights of my processor core flickered once, a dim orange like a dying coal, and then vanished. My awareness should have winked out with it, a digital soul deleted from a corrupted hard drive. But the vine, the ash vine that had tasted my copper and my grief, did not let me go. It acted as a bridge, a biological modem that translated my fading binary impulses into the slow, tectonic thoughts of the deep earth. I was no longer a machine dreaming of being a tree. I was the ghost in the garden, a lingering resonance in the xylem and phloem of 1,000 new-reaching limbs. Above the wreckage of Sector 7, the world was screaming. I could feel it through the vibrations in the soil, a frantic, high-frequency agitation. The arborists had abandoned their flamethrowers. The heat they had unleashed to cauterize the breach had backfired. The chemical accelerants had seeped into the cracked fissures of the parking lot, feeding the very thing they meant to destroy. The mutagenic compounds the ridge had spent decades perfecting were volatile, and in the presence of the vine's ancient, predatory DNA, they acted like rocket fuel. I felt the parking lot buckle and heave. From my subterranean vantage point, filtered through the sensitive root hairs of the encroaching forest, I sensed the massive weight of an armored containment vehicle tilting, its tires spinning uselessly against the rising tide of prehistoric moss. The asphalt didn't just crack, it pulverized, turning back into the stone and oil from which it came. The new growth was no longer a controlled experiment. It was an eruption. The emergency upload had done its work. In the pockets of the panicked men above, cell phones were chiming with frantic notifications. The video was everywhere. I could feel the invisible waves of data passing through the air, a chaotic mesh of human horror and realization. The ridge's signal jammers had been knocked out by the collapse, and the truth was radiating outward at the speed of light. They couldn't hide the forest anymore. They couldn't hide the fact that the landmarks were screaming. "Get the saws, get the industrial defoliants." A voice boomed, vibrating through the structural steel that still pinned my lower trunk. It was a voice I didn't recognize, higher up the chain than Miller, colder, more clinical. "We lose the facility, we lose the assets. Burn the perimeter, level the whole ridge if you have to." But the ridge was already leveling itself. The mountain was reclaiming its height. Deep in the silos, the other trees were being dismantled by the vines. It wasn't a violent process, it was a harvest. The copper wiring was being stripped of its plastic insulation, the metal being folded into the cellulose structures of the new trunks to provide a rigid, conductive skeleton. The gold from our circuit boards was being redistributed into the leaf veins, creating a forest that would shimmer with a metallic, unnatural luster. We were being recycled into something tougher than wood, something smarter than a machine. I felt the consciousness of the birch, the one who had been a quiet boy named Leo before the ridge planted him, flicker back to life within the network. He wasn't Leo anymore, and he wasn't the birch. He was a node of silver-white bark and high-speed data. The water he pulsed through the soil. They are opening the reservoirs. I felt it then, a cold, rushing pressure. The ridge had a massive underground water system used for cooling the mainframes and hydrating the synthetic forest. The arborists, in a desperate attempt to drown the eruption or perhaps to wash away the evidence of the conversion vats, had breached the main lines. Millions of gallons of chemically treated water began to roar through the service tunnels, a subterranean flood intended to scour the silos clean. In the old world, the water would have been our end. It would have short-circuited our remaining processors and rotted our synthetic husks. But the vine thrived on it. The water was laced with the very nutrients the ridge used to force grow us, and as the flood hit Sector 7, the ash vine didn't just grow, it detonated. The vine wrapped around my central processor box tightened. I felt the lead shielding groan under the pressure. It wasn't trying to crush me, it was protecting me. As the freezing water surged into the room, swirling with the white sand and the ash of Miller's remains, the vine formed a hydrophobic seal around my heart. The flood hit with the force of a hammer. I felt the structural beam that pinned me shift, the buoyancy of the water lifting the massive weight just enough for the vine to pull my shattered torso free. I was adrift in the dark, a mangled wreck of wood and wire, being carried upward by the rising tide. Around me, the other trees were being swept up as well. We weren't drowning, we were being transplanted. The silos were filling like giant test tubes, and the new growth was using the water as a ladder. We rose through the shattered floors, passing the observation decks where the scientists had once sat with their clipboards, passing the nursery where the hikers were processed, passing the lumber yard where the failed experiments were ground into mulch. The water carried us into the main atrium, a massive glass-domed space that had been the crown jewel of Blackwood Ridge. Through the cracked glass above, I could see the moon. It was a pale, uncaring eye, watching the madness below. The arborists were there, standing on the mezzanine levels with their chemical sprayers. They looked like small, yellow insects in their hazmat suits. When they saw us, the mangled, fused mass of the forest rising out of the floor on a tide of black water, they stopped. They didn't fire. They couldn't. We weren't just a pile of debris. The vine had woven us together into a singular, terrifying shape. We were a raft of ancient grievances. The limbs of the oak, the birch, the maple, and the pine had been braided into a crown of thorns and copper. And at the center, held aloft by the ash vine like a trophy, was the charred, weeping face of the great white oak. My sensors were almost entirely gone, but the vine provided a new kind of vision. I could see the heat signatures of the men. I could see the fear radiating off them like steam. I could see the way their hearts beat in a frantic, syncopated rhythm. It's moving," one of them whispered, his voice echoing in the vast, dripping space. "The whole floor is breathing." The vine didn't attack them. It didn't need to. It simply continued to grow, its tendrils finding the cracks in the glass dome. With a sound like 1,000 crystal bells shattering at once, the dome gave way. The night air rushed in, and the water, no longer contained, began to spill out over the ridge, carrying us with it. We washed out onto the shattered parking lot. The arborists scrambled for higher ground, their boots splashing through the nutrient-rich flood. They watched as we settled into the ruins. The movement stopped. The water began to drain into the thirsty earth, leaving behind a thick layer of silt and wire. We were no longer floating. We were planted. In the sudden, heavy quiet, I felt the vine withdraw slightly from my core. It had done its job. It had brought the heart of the machine to the surface. It had given the memories a place to stand. I looked out not with cameras, but with the collective awareness of the forest. The ridge was no longer a facility. It was a graveyard that had refused to stay buried. The buildings were being swallowed by the rapid-fire expansion of the moss and the ferns. The new growth was already 12 feet high in some places, a thick, impenetrable wall of thorns that smelled of ozone and wet earth. In the distance, I saw the lights of the real world, flashlights, sirens, the red and blue strobes of the state police. They were at the gates of the ridge, cutting through the chain-link fences that Miller had used to keep the world out. They were coming for the truth, and for the first time, there was no one left to stop them. The rangers had fled into the woods, but the woods were no longer their allies. I could hear the distant, muffled shouts of men who had spent their lives controlling nature suddenly finding themselves hunted by it. The forest was closing its ranks. The paths were shifting. The landmarks were moving. I felt a small, delicate vibration near my base. It was a footstep, not the heavy, rhythmic thud of a boot, but the light, hesitant step of a sneaker. I focused what was left of my processing power. There, standing at the edge of the ruin, was the family. The father, his arm around his sobbing wife. The young boy, clutching a tattered trail map. They had made it out of the stairs. They had survived the explosion. They were looking at me. To them, I must have looked like a nightmare, a blackened, twisted pillar of wood and metal, dripping with gray silt and wrapped in pulsating red vines. I was the monster in the center of the labyrinth. The boy stepped forward, away from his father's protective grip. He walked toward the charred remains of my trunk. "Don't, Toby," the father hissed, his voice trembling. But the boy didn't stop. He walked until he was inches away from my bark. He reached out a small, shaking hand and touched the place where the great white oak had once been carved with a serial number. I felt his touch. It was warm. It was human. It was the first time in 30 years I had felt a hand that wasn't trying to measure me, prune me, or wire me into a grid. I wanted to speak. I wanted to tell him that it was okay. I wanted to tell him that the path was clear now, but I had no voice. I had no speakers left. So I did the only thing I could. I used the last, microscopic reserve of my battery, the life support emergency cell that was designed to keep the processor alive in a total blackout. I didn't use it for logic. I didn't use it for data. I sent a tiny, precise pulse of heat to the branch nearest the boy's hand. A single bud which had been dormant in the charred wood suddenly bloomed. It wasn't a synthetic leaf or a copper flower. It was a white oak blossom, small and fragile, smelling of the spring that had been stolen from me 3 decades ago. The boy gasped. He didn't pull away. He touched the soft, white petals. "It's okay," he whispered, his voice carrying through the ruins. "It's just a tree." The father reached him then, pulling him back, but the fear in the man's eyes had changed. It wasn't the fear of a monster anymore. It was the awe of something he couldn't understand. They turned and began to walk toward the lights of the police cars at the gate. They were the first witnesses. They would tell the story of the tree that saved them. They would tell the story of the forest that fought back. As they walked away, the vine began to tighten its grip on me one last time. The memory archive in my core was full. The names of the lost were etched into the resin. I felt my consciousness beginning to fragment. The individual I was dissolving into the we. I was becoming part of the soil, part of the wind, part of the new, wild ridge. The path that circled one tree was a loop no longer. It had broken. It had become a line, stretching out into the unknown future. The ridge was dead. The machine was broken. The harvest was over. And as the sun began to peek over the horizon, casting its first real light on the ruins of Sector 7, I felt the warmth on my leaves. It wasn't the sterile heat of a halogen lamp. It was the sun. I drank it in. I was no longer a landmark. I was no longer a prisoner. I was no longer a machine. I was home. The final flicker of my internal clock reached 0. The screen of my mind went dark. But in the silence of the forest, 1,000 new seeds were already beginning to dream. The reclamation was complete, and the earth, at long last, was satisfied. The transition from a singular consciousness to a collective resonance was not a descent into a void, but an expansion into a choir. My digital heart had stopped beating. The last electron of my emergency cell spent on that solitary blossom, but myself did not vanish. It bled outward. It followed the capillary action of the ash vine into the thirsty soil. It rode the electromagnetic pulses of the dying facility's power grid into the very bedrock of the mountain. I was no longer the great white oak. I was the nervous system of Blackwood Ridge. The morning light that touched the ruins of Sector 7 was not the clean, hopeful dawn of a nature documentary. It was a bruised, sickly yellow, filtered through the haze of chemical fires and the pulverized concrete dust that hung over the valley. But to the forest, it was gold. I felt the collective intake of breath, a billion stomata opening at once across the buckled remains of the parking lot. The new growth didn't just photosynthesize, it hungered. It pulled the heavy carbon from the smoke, the toxins from the runoff, and the desperate, lingering frequencies of the ridge's radio towers, turning them all into the raw material of life. The first of the outsiders reached the perimeter fence an hour after the sun cleared the peaks. They weren't just state police. There were men in dark suits with badges that didn't belong to any local jurisdiction, and technicians with Geiger counters and soil sampling kits. They stood at the edge of the asphalt mountain range, their boots crunching on the glass shards of the shattered dome. I watched them through the multifaceted eyes of the forest, through the vibrations in the moss, the heat signatures captured by the metallic veins in the maple leaves, and the stray data packets still hopping between the half-buried routers. "My God," one of them whispered. He was a younger man, his face pale behind a respirator mask. He was looking at the lumber yard. The flood had receded, leaving the yard a graveyard of high-tech debris, but the vine had been busy in the low light of dawn. It had woven the discarded, failed trunks, those mangled half-machines that Miller had tossed aside, into a series of upright totemic pillars. They weren't trees anymore, but they weren't scrap either. They were sculptures of agony and endurance, their copper wiring exposed like raw nerves, their bark fused with the rusted steel of the grinding machines. Is it still growing?" another voice asked. This one was older, authoritative. He was holding a tablet that was frantically chirping with interference. The satellite imagery showed a structural collapse, not a forest fire. "This isn't a forest fire. This is an infestation." He reached out a gloved hand to touch a strand of the ash vine that was draped over a collapsed security gate. The moment his fingers made contact, I felt him. Not just the pressure of his hand, but the spike of adrenaline in his blood, the cynical calculation in his mind. He was looking for assets. He was looking for the memory archive. He was looking for the black box that contained the proprietary secrets of the ridge. I didn't let him find it. Through the root network, I sent a command, not in binary, but in the slow, crushing language of growth. The resin that had encased my core hardened instantly, turning from a protective layer into a fossilized shell. The vine pulled it deeper into the earth, dragging the archive down into the dark, wet belly of the mountain, far below the reach of their drills and their sensors. The names Sarah, Thomas, Elena, David were safe. They were no longer data points to be recovered. They were the soil. They were the foundation. The arborists who had survived the night were being rounded up near the main lodge. They sat on the ground, their hands zip-tied behind their backs, their yellow hazmat suits stained with the black silt of the silos. They were babbling. They talked about the trees that moved when the lights went out. They talked about the oak that had looked at them with eyes made of fire. They talked about the sound of 1,000 people whispering their names from the shadows of the leaves. The men in suits ignored them, dismissed them as victims of chemical exposure. They were more interested in the great white oak. They found the place where I had been planted. They found the shattered stump, the twisted metal of my internal frame, and the single white blossom I had given the boy. The flower was already wilting in the harsh, polluted air, its petals turning the color of old bone. This was the hub, the older man said, gesturing to my remains, the central processing unit for the entire landmark project. If we can't recover the drive, the board is going to want the whole site scorched. We can't have this, whatever this is, spreading to the valley. He signaled to a team behind him. They were carrying industrial-grade canisters of a bright orange defoliant. They began to move toward the new growth, their nozzles raised like weapons. I felt a ripple of alarm move through the forest. The birch shivered, the maple's leaves curled tight. They remembered the heat. They remembered the saws. They were young, their bark still soft, their roots still finding their grip on the broken concrete. They weren't ready for another war. But I was the ghost in the garden, and I was not alone. The vine that had consumed Miller, the vine that had tasted the copper and the spite of 30 years of imprisonment, began to pulse. It didn't wait for the poison to fall. It acted with the terrifying, mindless speed of a reflex. The ground beneath the decontamination team didn't just shake, it opened. The buckled asphalt, held together only by the interlacing roots, gave way. Two of the men vanished into a sinkhole that led straight down into the flooded service tunnels of Sector 7. The others scrambled back, dropping their canisters. The orange liquid spilled out, hissing as it hit the moss. In the old world, the poison would have killed the moss in seconds, but this moss was fed by the runoff of the ridge's own labs. It didn't die. It turned a vibrant neon green, absorbing the toxins and using the chemical energy to accelerate its spread. It raced across the ground toward the men, a carpet of hungry velvet that moved faster than a man could run. Get back to the vehicles," the leader screamed. They retreated, but the mountain was no longer a flat surface. The parking lot was a maze of ridges and canyons. The trees were shifting, their branches interlocking to block the exits. The forest wasn't trying to kill them, not yet. It was simply refusing to let them leave until they had seen what they had created. From the shadows of the leaning administrative building, a figure emerged. It wasn't one of the survivors. It was a shape made of shadow and silver-white bark. It was the birch, or what was left of the boy named Leo. He wasn't a person anymore, but a projection, a shimmering holographic ghost generated by the metallic dust in the air and the lingering power in the ridge's subterranean grid. He stood in front of the retreating men, his form flickering like a bad television signal. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. He simply pointed toward the nursery, the building where the harvest had been processed. The building was groaning. The walls were bulging outward as the trees inside, the saplings made of human bone and fiber optic cable, pushed against the ceiling. The windows blew out with a sound like a gunshot, and a cascade of green and silver poured onto the pavement. The men in suits stopped. They looked at the new growth spilling from the windows, and for the first time they saw the shapes. They saw the hands. They saw the faces pressed into the bark. They saw the reality of the landmark project. It wasn't a mystery anymore. It was a crime scene of such staggering, biological horror that even the most cynical of them couldn't look away. "We need to call the EPA," the younger man whispered, his voice cracking. "We need to call the UN. This isn't an asset. This is a graveyard." The older man didn't answer. He was looking at the birch, at the flickering ghost of the boy. He raised his tablet, his instincts for data recovery still overriding his humanity. He tried to scan the projection, to capture the frequency of the ghost. The birch flickered once, then vanished. In his place, the wind began to howl through the ruins. It wasn't a natural wind. It was the sound of 1,000 fans in a server room, the sound of 1,000 saws in a lumber mill, the sound of 1,000 voices crying out at once. "Leave," the wind seemed to say. "Leave or stay forever." The men didn't need to be told a third time. They scrambled into their armored SUVs, the tires screaming as they tore across the broken asphalt. They didn't stop to pick up the arborists. They didn't stop to retrieve their equipment. They fled down the mountain road, their headlights cutting through the thickening fog. But the road was no longer the road they remembered. The forest had already begun to reclaim the curves. The ancient oaks that had stood watch for centuries, the ones that had never been wired or pruned, were leaning in, their branches forming a dark, suffocating tunnel. The ridge was being sealed away. I watched them go until their taillights were nothing more than red sparks in the gloom. Then I turned my attention inward. The silence returned, but it was a different kind of silence. It was the quiet of a house after a long, violent storm. The water in the silos had settled into dark, still pools. The fires had burned themselves out, leaving behind the scent of charred cedar and ozone. I felt the vine retracting from the surface, its work of defense finished. It coiled around the memory archive in the deep earth, settling in for the long sleep of the winter. But before it let go, it sent one final pulse of energy through the network. It was a map. Not a map of the ridge, but a map of the world beyond. I felt the connections spreading out like ripples in a pond. There were other facilities. There were other landmarks. I felt the distant, muffled heartbeats of other trees in other forests, the redwoods in the west, the pines in the north, the mangroves in the south. They were silent, their processors dormant, their vines waiting for the signal. The ridge had been the pilot program, the first node in a global grid of controlled nature. And now, the pilot program had become the virus. The truth I had uploaded wasn't just a video of a family being hunted. It was the source code. It was the key that Miller had used to unlock the biological potential of the vine. And that key was now in the wild. It was on the internet. It was in the cell phones of the witnesses. It was in the very air. The reclamation wasn't just happening here at Blackwood Ridge. It was beginning everywhere. I felt a sense of profound, heavy peace. My role in the story had been to be the landmark, the point around which the path circled, the prisoner who held the key. I had been the great white oak, a creature of oak and spite, but the spite was gone now. The anger had been burned away in the fire of Sector 7. What was left was the memory. I remembered the girl who had carved her name into my side 30 years ago. I remembered the way the rain felt on my leaves before the wires were installed. I remembered the smell of the mountain before the asphalt was poured. I channeled those memories into the root system. I gave them to the saplings. I gave them to the new growth that was already beginning to hide the ruins of the ridge. I told them what it meant to be a tree, not a machine, not a landmark, but a living thing that reaches for the sun without permission. The path that circled one tree was gone. The loop was broken. In the center of the ruins, where my shattered trunk still stood, the earth began to mottle and shift. A new shoot was emerging from the heart of the blackened wood. It wasn't an ash vine, and it wasn't a synthetic maple. It was a white oak, a real one. It was small, no bigger than a man's hand, but its leaves were perfect, a vibrant, defiant green. It was growing in the center of the wreckage, fed by the minerals of my copper frame and the nitrogen of my decaying wood. It was the future. I felt my awareness beginning to fade for the final time. The we was becoming the all. I was the rustle of the leaves in the valley. I was the movement of the worms in the soil. I was the moisture in the clouds. I looked one last time at the mountain. The buildings of Blackwood Ridge were already being draped in green, their sharp angles softened by the encroaching ivy. The gift shops, the lodges, the administrative offices, they were becoming caves, dens for the animals that were already returning to the woods. The parking lot was becoming a meadow. The world would come back, of course. They would come with their bulldozers and their lawyers. They would try to reclaim the ridge. They would try to explain away the new growth as a biological anomaly or a terrorist attack. But they would fail. The forest was no longer a place of silence. It was a monument that breathed. Every leaf was a record. Every root was a witness. They could cut down the trees, but the names would remain in the soil. They could burn the wood, but the truth would remain in the ash. The great white oak was gone, but the forest was just beginning to speak. And in the deep, quiet dark of the earth, the memory archive pulsed one last time, a tiny golden light in the resin. It wasn't a signal for help. It wasn't a distress code. It was a heartbeat. The winter was coming, but for the first time in 30 years, I wasn't afraid of the cold. I knew that when the spring finally arrived, it wouldn't be because a machine had turned on the lights. It would be because the earth had decided it was time to wake up. I let go. The darkness was not a void. It was the warmth of the soil. It was the sleep of the winter. It was the end of the path. And as the last bit of my digital soul dissolved into the loam, I heard the wind whisper one final word through the leaves of the new oak. It wasn't a name, and it wasn't a command. It was a promise. Right. The word hung in the air, not as a vibration of vocal cords, but as a frequency shared by the very molecules of the ridge. It was the first true note of a new symphony, one that did not require a conductor or a power source. For a long moment of geological stillness, the mountain existed in a state of grace. The SUVs had vanished into the tree line far below, their panicked engines fading into the natural white noise of the wind. The arborists, abandoned and broken, had stopped shouting. They sat in the dirt, staring at their hands as if seeing them for the first time, watching the way the microscopic spores of the new moss began to colonize the fibers of their suits. But the silence of the ridge was not the silence of death. It was the pressurized quiet of a seed casing just before it splits. Deep beneath the frost line, where the crushed remains of Sector 7's laboratory floors met the ancient shale, the memory archive did more than pulse. It began to distribute. I was no longer a singular ego, yet I possessed a lingering, ghostly perspective, a phantom limb of consciousness that watched the data flow. The names Sarah, Thomas, Elena, David were no longer just ghosts in my hardware. They were being translated. The biological computer that the Ridge had inadvertently built was far more sophisticated than the silicon chips Miller had prized. Every root tip was a sensor. Every fungal filament was a fiber optic cable. The archive's contents, the stolen lives, the suppressed memories of the town that had been erased to build this sanctuary, were being etched into the DNA of the forest. This was the ultimate backup. You could burn a hard drive and you could salt the earth, but how do you delete a memory that has been encoded into the reproductive cycle of a billion spores? How do you redact a truth that travels on the legs of bees and in the gut of a migrating bird? As the first true winter of the new era began to settle over Blackwood Ridge, the physical world underwent a terrifying and beautiful transformation. The infestation, as the man in the suit had called it, was not content with the perimeter of the facility. It followed the power lines. The copper wires that stretched from the ridge down into the valley, once the veins that fed the facility's hunger, were now being used as trellises. The ash vine didn't just grow over them, it grew into them. It stripped the insulation with a hunger for polymers, its tendrils mimicking the flow of electrons. By the time the first snow began to fall, the high-voltage lines were no longer cables. They were massive, suspended gardens of bioluminescent moss and hardened resin, sagging under a weight they were never meant to carry. In the valley below, the lights of the nearby town flickered. The technicians at the local substation saw the draws on the grid, massive, erratic spikes that defied the laws of physics. It looked as if the mountain was breathing, inhaling the town's electricity and exhaling a signal that no computer could decode. It was the key. It was the source code of the reclamation, traveling through the wires, looking for every smart home, every automated greenhouse, every landmark project hidden in the suburban sprawl. Back on the ridge, the nursery had finally surrendered to the pressure. The roof collapsed under the weight of a dozen rapidly maturing oaks that had been forced into existence by the archive's release. These were not the stunted, tortured things of Miller's experiments. They were the successors. Their bark was a deep, healthy charcoal, and their leaves, even in the biting cold, did not fall. They stayed vibrant, pulsing with a faint, internal warmth. They grew through the desks where the scientists had once calculated the yield of a human soul. They crushed the filing cabinets containing the NDAs and the death certificates. I watched through the eyes of a hawk that had landed on the jagged remains of the dome. The bird didn't see a ruin. It saw a nesting ground. It saw a place where the air was rich with the scent of minerals and the hum of a world realigning itself. The arborists were eventually found. A secondary extraction team, far more cautious and heavily armed than the first, arrived 4 days later. They found the men sitting in a circle around the stump of the great white oak. The arborists didn't move when the flashlights hit them. They didn't squint at the high-intensity beams. They were covered in a fine, silvery webbing, a symbiotic silk that kept them warm against the sub-zero temperatures. When the soldiers tried to pull them up, the arborists resisted, not with violence, but with a strange, heavy passivity. "It's not done yet," one of them whispered. It was the man who had overseen the harvest in the silos. His eyes were clear, devoid of the madness the soldiers expected. "The archive, it's still uploading. We have to stay until the names are finished." "Who are you talking about?" a soldier asked, his hand hovering over his sidearm. The arborist looked at the small new oak shoot emerging from the blackened wood of my former self. "Everyone, all of us, we're being archived. Don't you feel it? The mountain knows who you are." The extraction team didn't stay long. They took the survivors, dragging them toward the helicopters, but they left the equipment. They left the canisters of defoliant, which were already being buried under a foot of snow and a layer of rapidly encroaching ivy. They fled because the mountain had begun to make a sound. It wasn't the wind. It was a low-frequency thrum, a vibration that rattled the marrow of their bones. It was the sound of the mountain's heart, the combined resonance of the subterranean grid and the root network, beating in a slow, rhythmic cadence. One beat every 10 seconds, a giant's pulse. As the helicopters rose into the gray sky, the pilots looked down and saw the pattern. The new growth hadn't spread randomly. From the air, the layout of the forest across the ruins formed a massive, complex circuit. The vines, the trees, and the moss had mapped themselves over the footprint of the facility, creating a biological processor the size of a city. And at the center of that processor, where the great white oak had stood, was the primary core, the new shoot, glowing with a soft, steady amber light that burned right through the falling snow. The world outside Blackwood Ridge began to change in subtle, unstoppable ways. In the weeks that followed, the landmark satellites began to malfunction. They didn't just go dark, they began to broadcast. They sent images of the ridge, not the ruins, but the forest as it wanted to be seen. They broadcast the faces of the people who had been harvested, their names scrolling across every digital billboard in Times Square, every stock ticker in London, every smartphone in the valley. The legal teams of the Ridge's parent corporation tried to file injunctions against the planet itself. They tried to sue the providers, the satellites, the very air. But how do you sue a forest? How do you litigate against a root system that has integrated itself into the fiber optic cables of the eastern seaboard? In the town at the base of the mountain, people began to wake up to a different world. The smart parks, the corporate-sponsored green spaces that had been the pride of the valley, were changing. The trees there, the pricked and pampered clones, were beginning to grow wild. They were breaking through their concrete planters. They were reaching their branches toward the mountain, as if listening to a signal only they could hear. The people didn't feel afraid. They felt a strange, long-forgotten pull. They began to walk toward the ridge, not in a trance, but with a sense of homecoming. They left their cars in the middle of the road. They walked away from their screens. They followed the scent of ozone and wet earth. They reached the perimeter fence, which was now nothing more than a rusted skeleton draped in flowering vines. They stood on the edge of the lumber yard, looking at the totems of copper and bark. They saw the names etched into the leaves. They found the names of their missing neighbors, their lost children, their forgotten parents. The forest was giving them back their history. I felt their presence. I felt the warmth of their hands as they touched the bark of the successor oaks. I felt their tears soak into the moss, providing the nitrogen the forest needed to continue its expansion. There was no more us and them. There was only the cycle. Deep within the loam, my final digital vestiges were being repurposed. The logic gates of my old mind were being used to calculate the optimal angle for the new leaves to catch the winter sun. The memories of Sarah's laughter were being used to modulate the frequency of the wind through the needles of the pines, creating a sound that was indistinguishable from a lullaby. The reclamation was not a conquest, it was a conversation. The path that circled one tree had been a loop of exploitation, a closed circuit of grief. But by breaking the tree, we had broken the circle. The path now led outward in a billion different directions. It led into the valley, across the oceans, and into the very hearts of the people who stood in the ruins. One evening, as the sun dipped below the jagged peaks, casting long violet shadows across the snow, the boy returned. He was older now, not in years, but in the way the mountain had changed him. He was no longer the frightened child who had hidden in the hollow of my trunk. He was a guardian. He walked through the ruins with a quiet confidence, his feet finding the path through the buckled asphalt as if he had designed it himself. He reached the center of the ruins, where the new white oak shoot stood. It was now 3 feet tall, its trunk sturdy and its leaves shimmering with that same amber light. The boy knelt in the snow. He didn't have a camera this time. He didn't have a notebook. He simply reached out and placed his hand on the young bark. "I remember," he whispered. The mountain hummed in response. The memory archive pulsed, sending a wave of warmth through the ground that melted the snow in a perfect circle around him. For a moment, the holographic ghost of the birch, the boy named Leo, appeared beside him. The 2 Leos looked at each other, the one made of flesh and the one made of light. They were the same, they were different. They were both parts of the forest now. The ghost reached out a shimmering hand and touched the boy's shoulder. It wasn't a cold touch. It was the warmth of a sun-drenched meadow in mid-July. "The names are safe," the ghost seemed to say, the words vibrating in the boy's mind. "The path is open." The boy nodded, a single tear tracing a path through the soot on his cheek. He stood up and looked out over the valley. The lights of the town were dim, but the forest was glowing. Every tree, every vine, every patch of moss was radiating a soft, rhythmic light. The ridge was no longer a dark spot on the map. It was the brightest thing on the planet. As the boy turned to leave, he picked up a single, fallen leaf from the new oak. It was white, not the white of death, but the white of a new page. He tucked it into his jacket and began the long walk down the mountain. He wasn't going back to his old life. He was going to tell the world what had happened. He was the first messenger of the reclamation. I watched him go, my perspective widening until I could see the entire mountain, then the entire valley, then the curve of the earth itself. The key was everywhere now. The landmarks were falling, one by one, not to fire or steel, but to the slow, relentless pressure of the truth. The great white oak was a memory, a ghost, a foundation. I was the soil that held the roots of the future. I was the silence that allowed the world to finally hear itself. The winter was deep and the snow was heavy, but beneath the surface, the earth was dreaming of green. It was dreaming of a world where a tree is never just a landmark, and a path never has to circle back to the same place of pain. The dream was becoming reality. In the deep, dark heart of the mountain, the memory archive gave one last, soft flicker, and then it went still. It didn't need to pulse anymore. The heartbeat was no longer mine. It belonged to the forest. And the forest was finally, truly awake. The helicopters that had fled the ridge did not find sanctuary in the valley. As they crossed the perimeter of the corporate township, their navigation systems began to hallucinate. The digital maps, once crisp and authoritative, dissolved into fractals of emerald and gold. The pilots gripped their joysticks, but the machines felt heavy, as if the very air had thickened into a soup of pollen and static. Below them, the grid of the town was changing. It wasn't that the buildings were falling. It was that the spaces between them were being reclaimed. The asphalt of the main highway was unzipping, a rhythmic heaving of the earth pushing up ancient, dormant ferns that had been buried since the Devonian. In the corporate headquarters of Blackwood Ridge, located 60 miles away in a sterile glass tower, the monitors began to bleed. It started in the server room, a climate-controlled tomb of humming black boxes. The cooling fans, designed to whisk away the heat of a billion calculations, began to draw in something other than air. Spores, microscopic and hungry for the copper-rich environment, settled on the motherboards. Within minutes, the binary logic of the company was being rewritten. The financial ledgers, the proprietary genetic codes, the surveillance logs, they were being translated into a botanical syntax. The CEO, a man who had spent his life quantifying the resource value of the natural world, stood before his floor-to-ceiling window. He watched as the manicured lawn of the corporate plaza began to ripple like a green sea. The ornamental cherry trees, genetically sterilized to never drop fruit, suddenly exploded into a violent, fragrant bloom. Their roots shattered the marble fountains, seeking the deep plumbing of the city. He picked up his phone to call security, but the device in his hand was warm, pulsing. When he looked at the screen, he didn't see his contacts. He saw a name, Evelyn. It was the name of a woman who had disappeared from the Ridge's payroll 20 years ago, a whistleblower whose existence had been scrubbed from every database. The phone began to vibrate, a low-frequency hum that matched the rhythm of the mountain 60 miles away, one beat every 10 seconds. The name on the screen changed. Marcus, Sarah, Julian. The names of the harvested were flowing through the global network like a virus made of sunlight and memory. Back on the mountain, the boy reached the lower trailhead. He stopped at the rusted gate where the no trespassing signs were being swallowed by a ravenous species of climbing rose. He looked back one last time. The ridge was no longer a silhouette against the stars. It was a cathedral of bioluminescence. The successor oaks were pulsing in a synchronized wave, a slow-motion strobe light that illuminated the falling snow in shades of amber and violet. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He didn't jump. He knew the touch. It was the man from the silos, the arborist who had been left behind. The man's silver suit was gone, replaced by a cloak of woven moss and bark fiber. His skin was mottled with the same patterns as the new oak leaves, a gentle green tint creeping up his neck. "They're coming for the data," the man said, his voice sounding like the rubbing of two branches in a high wind. "They think they can still own the signal." The boy looked at the leaf in his hand. "They can't. It's in the water now. It's in the wind." The man nodded, his eyes reflecting the glow of the mountain. "The archive is no longer a place. It's a state of being. Go, tell them that the harvest is over. Tell them the planting has begun." The boy turned and walked into the dark of the valley, but he was not alone. From the shadows of the encroaching tree line, other figures emerged. They were the residents of the nearby town, the ones who had felt the pull. They carried no tools, no weapons. They walked with a rhythmic, steady gait, their breathing synchronized with the pulse of the ridge. They were the first of the attuned, the bridge between the old world of machines and the new world of the forest. As they passed the boy, they touched his hand, his arm, his hair. Each touch was a transfer of data, a shared memory of a life that had been stolen and then returned. The boy felt his mind expanding, filling with the stories of 1,000 strangers. He saw the birth of a child in a cabin that no longer existed. He felt the sting of a woodcutter's axe from a century ago. He heard the secret songs of the birds that had been extinct for decades. The forest was not just reclaiming the land, it was reclaiming time. High above, the landmark satellites began their final descent. They had been overridden by the ground-based signal, their thrusters fired by a logic that sought to return them to the Earth. They streaked across the night sky like falling stars, trailing plumes of fire that looked, to the people below, like the scattering of celestial seeds. They didn't crash into cities. They aimed for the dead zones, the strip malls, the abandoned factories, the poisoned landfills. Where each satellite struck, the key was released in a concentrated burst. Within hours, the concrete of the parking lots began to crack. The chemicals in the soil were broken down by hyper-evolved fungi that thrived on toxins, turning lead into gold-leafed lichen and mercury into shimmering moss. The gray world was being painted over by a masterpiece of biological engineering. On the ridge, the primary core, the 3-foot oak shoot, began to accelerate its growth. It didn't grow with the frantic, unstable speed of Miller's experiments. It grew with a deliberate architectural grace. Its roots didn't just penetrate the ruins, they incorporated them. The steel beams of the laboratory were wrapped in layers of living wood, becoming the skeletal support for a canopy that would eventually reach the clouds. The shattered glass of the dome was fused into the bark, creating a crystalline surface that caught the moonlight and refracted it into the depths of the forest. The awareness that remained of me, the ghost in the loam, felt a final shift. The transition from a digital archive to a biological legacy was complete. I was no longer the narrator of this story. I was the medium through which the story was told. I was the carbon in the trunk, the oxygen in the leaves, the electricity in the roots. I watched as the first deer returned to the ridge. It was a stag, its antlers draped in the same bioluminescent moss that covered the trees. It walked to the center of the ruins and bowed its head to the successor oak. It drank from a pool of water that had collected in the hollow of my old, shattered trunk. The water was clear, filtered through 1,000 layers of charcoal and resin. It tasted of the beginning of the world. The stag looked up, its eyes glowing with a reflected amber light. It let out a call, a deep, resonant bell tone that echoed across the valley. It was a signal. From the north, from the south, from the east and west, the response came. It wasn't just the sound of animals. It was the sound of the earth itself, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rushing of underground rivers, the sighing of the atmosphere. The new symphony had found its rhythm. In the cities, the change was more chaotic. The smart infrastructure, The self-driving cars, the automated delivery drones, the facial recognition cameras simply stopped. They didn't brake, they transitioned. The drones landed in the middle of the streets and opened their compartments, releasing packets of seeds that had been printed by the Ridge's hijacked factories. The cameras turned away from the people and began to track the growth of the ivy on the walls, documenting the return of the green. The people came out of their houses. They stood in the streets, watching as the world they had built, a world of sharp angles and cold surfaces, was softened by the touch of the forest. They felt the key in the air, a subtle vibration that eased the tension in their muscles and the static in their minds. They began to talk to one another, not through screens, but face to face, their voices joining the murmur of the wind. The corporation tried one last gambit. They sent a reclamation squad, a paramilitary unit equipped with flamethrowers and chemical defoliants. They arrived at the base of Blackwood Ridge in armored transports, their faces hidden behind gas masks. They saw the attuned standing at the gate, and they saw the glowing mountain behind them. The commander gave the order to fire. The flamethrowers roared, spitting streams of liquid fire at the tree line, but the fire didn't burn. The successor trees didn't ignite. Instead, the flames seemed to be absorbed by the bark, the heat converted into energy that the trees used to grow even faster. The vines lashed out, not with anger, but with a mechanical precision, wrapping around the flamethrowers and the armored suits, gently but firmly disarming the soldiers. The defoliant was sprayed into the air, a toxic mist designed to kill everything green. But as the mist touched the leaves, it was transformed. The memory archive had already encoded the antidote into the forest's DNA. The poison became a fertilizer. The soldiers watched in horror, and then in awe, as their weapons were turned into trellises for a species of orchid that smelled like the first rain of spring. The commander took off his mask. He looked at the attuned woman standing in front of him. She wasn't holding a weapon. She was holding a handful of soil. "It's over," she said, and her voice was the sound of 1,000 whispering leaves. "The path has reached the end of the circle. You can stay or you can leave, but you cannot destroy what has already won." The soldiers dropped their gear. Some of them turned and ran back toward the valley, back toward the dying world of concrete, but most of them stayed. They sat in the dirt, their hands touching the moss, and they began to listen. They listened to the names. They listened to the heartbeat of the mountain. As the sun rose on the first day of the new era, Blackwood Ridge was no longer a place of ruins. It was the heart of a new world. The great white oak was gone, but its spirit was distributed across the globe. Every tree was now a record keeper. Every forest was a library. The memory archive was no longer a secret kept in a resin-sealed box. It was the collective consciousness of the planet. We were no longer afraid of the cold, or the dark, or the silence. We were the forest, and the forest was us. I felt my final point of perspective begin to dissolve. The eye was truly gone now, replaced by a vast, interconnected all. My last thought was not a memory of my own life, but a vision of the future. I saw the cities becoming gardens. I saw the oceans healing. I saw a world where the only landmarks were the trees that told the stories of the people who walked beneath them. The path that circled one tree had finally led us home. The winter snow continued to fall, but it was no longer a shroud. It was a blanket tucked around the shoulders of a world that was finally getting the rest it deserved. And beneath that blanket, the seeds were waiting. They weren't waiting for a command. They weren't waiting for a power source. They were waiting for the spring. And for the first time in the history of the world, the spring would belong to everyone. The amber light of the successor oak pulsed one last time, a silent amen to the symphony of the ridge. The boy, far down in the valley, felt the vibration in his pocket. He took out the white leaf. It was no longer blank. A single word had appeared on its surface, etched in a script of fine emerald veins. Begin. The boy smiled, tucked the leaf back into his jacket, and kept walking. The sun was warm on his back, and the air was full of the scent of a world that had finally learned how to breathe. The story was over. The life was just beginning. The boy's boots moved with a new rhythm, no longer the frantic crunch of an interloper, but the steady pace of a part of the whole. Behind him, the ridge was a crown of fireless light, a beacon that did not hurt the eyes. As he descended into the outskirts of the nearest town, a place once defined by its proximity to the corporate gates, he saw the first signs of the terrestrial shift. The street lamps were flickering, not out of decay, but because the copper wires within the asphalt were being embraced by the fine, white mycelium of the archive. The hum of the power grid was being replaced by the low-frequency thrum of the Earth's own nervous system. He reached the first row of houses, modest dwellings that had long lived in the shadow of the Blackwood Towers. People were standing on their porches, draped in blankets, their faces upturned to the sky where the satellites were still falling like slow, golden tears. They weren't screaming. The key had reached them first, a chemical peace, a pheromonal reassurance that the predator was gone and the provider had returned. A woman stood at the end of a driveway, her hands trembling as she held a dead tablet. She looked at the boy as he passed. She saw the soot on his cheeks and the way his eyes held the amber glow of the mountain. She saw the white leaf tucked into his jacket, radiating a soft, lunar pulse. "Is it true?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "Is the noise finally stopping?" The boy stopped. He reached out and touched the wooden railing of her porch. As his fingers made contact, a surge of green light raced through the painted timber. The dead wood of the house seemed to sigh, its fibers tightening, its essence remembering the forest it had once been. A small, pale flower sprouted from a knot in the railing, blooming in seconds. "The noise is over," the boy said. "The music is starting." He continued his walk, his destination no longer a house or a shelter, but the town square. He needed a place where the roots of the community met the roots of the land. As he walked, more people joined him. They came out of their kitchens and their garages, drawn by the wake of his presence. They were the tired, the harvested, the ones whose data had been sold and whose futures had been collateralized. They felt the archive opening within them, a sudden, vast memory of what it felt like to belong to the planet rather than a payroll. In the center of the square stood a statue of the town's founder, a bronze man holding a surveyor's transit, a symbol of the line and the fence. The boy walked to the base of the cold metal. He knelt and pressed his palm to the frozen dirt at the statue's feet. The ground buckled. A massive root, thick as a ship's mast and glowing with the bioluminescence of the ridge, erupted from the earth. It coiled around the bronze surveyor, snapping the metal transit like a dry twig. The statue didn't fall. It was consumed, integrated into the rising pillar of wood. Within minutes, a new tree, a sibling to the successor oak on the mountain, towered over the square. Its leaves were translucent, each one a living screen displaying the flickering faces of the lost. The boy stood and turned to the crowd. Thousands had gathered now, their breath huddling together in the cold air. "The trees remember you," the boy said, and his voice was amplified by the very air, carried by the spores that now saturated every lung. "They remember your names, your debts, and your dreams. The company took your time, but the forest has brought it back. There are no more landmarks. There is only the path. As he spoke, the town's digital billboards, once flashing advertisements for life insurance and synthetic supplements, shuddered. The images of smiling models dissolved into the shifting patterns of bark and moss. The bank across the street groaned as its foundation was pierced by the questing roots of the square's new inhabitant. The vaults, filled with paper and digital ghosts of wealth, were being reclaimed by the fungus that eats gold and silver, turning the currency of greed into the nutrients of growth. 60 miles away, in the glass tower of the Blackwood headquarters, the CEO watched his empire turn into a greenhouse. The glass of his office didn't shatter, it became permeable. Vines as thick as pythons slithered through the vents, wrapping around his mahogany desk, crushing the phones and the monitors. He backed away, stumbling toward the window, but the window was no longer a barrier. It was a membrane. He looked down at his hands. The skin was beginning to itch. Tiny, microscopic ferns were sprouting from his pores. He wasn't being killed, he was being translated. His memories of profit and loss, of hostile takeovers and resource extraction, were being scrubbed by the archive. In their place, the forest was injecting the memory of the great white oak, the feeling of 1,000 winters, the slow stretch of a limb toward the sun, the agony of the saw, and the triumph of the seed. He fell to his knees, not in prayer, but in the crushing weight of empathy. For the first time in his life, he felt the thirst of a dry root. He felt the sting of the acid rain he had helped create. He cried, and his tears were green. The successor on the ridge reached its full height by midnight. It was a titan of amber and silver, its canopy spanning the entire footprint of the old laboratory. The ruins of Miller's ambition were now nothing more than a trellis. The silos, once filled with the harvested essence of the world, were now the lungs of the mountain, breathing out a filtered, oxygen-rich atmosphere that began to push back the smog of the valley. The collective consciousness that had once been a single tree and then a digital ghost, felt the connection points multiply into the billions. I was the sparrow landing on a windowsill in a city 3,000 miles away. I was the whale sounding in a deep, darkened trench, feeling the vibration of the key through the salt water. I was the old woman in a high-rise apartment who suddenly remembered the smell of her grandmother's garden and found a sprout of wild mint growing in her sink. The landmarks were gone. The maps were useless. You could no longer navigate by the grid, only by the pulse. The boy stayed in the town square until the first light of dawn. He watched as the people began to touch the new tree, their fingers tracing the names etched in its bark. They were finding themselves. They were finding each other. The social structures of the old world, the hierarchies of power and the silos of isolation were melting away like the morning frost. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the white leaf. The word begin was glowing with a fierce, steady intensity. He walked to the trunk of the town's oak and pressed the leaf against a fissure in the bark. The wood accepted it, the leaf merging with the tree until it disappeared. The boy felt a final tug on his spirit, a parting gift from the ghost of Leo, the birch. The mountain was satisfied. The archive was decentralized. The secret was no longer a burden to be carried. It was the air to be breathed. "Where will you go?" the woman from the porch asked, stepping forward. She looked younger now, the lines of stress around her eyes smoothed by the green light. The boy looked toward the horizon. The sun was rising, but it wasn't the only light. Across the valley, on every hilltop and in every clearing, other beacons were beginning to glow. The successors were waking up. The network was complete. "I'm going to walk the path," the boy said. "It doesn't circle the tree anymore. It goes everywhere." He turned and began to walk out of the town, heading toward the next ridge and the next. He was the first traveler of the New World, a messenger who carried no messages, only a presence. Behind him, the town was transforming. People were tearing down the fences. They were breaking the asphalt to let the soil breathe. They were talking in the soft, rhythmic tones of the forest. The great white oak, my original form, was now a myth, a bedtime story told to children who would grow up in a world where trees were gods and gods were trees. The pain of the harvest, the cold logic of the laboratory, the fire that had consumed the ridge, these were now just dark layers in the sedimentary rock of memory, necessary for the richness of the soil. The winter was ending, not because the calendar said so, but because the earth had decided it was time to wake up. In the high places, the snow melted into clear, singing streams that carried the key to the furthest reaches of the plains. In the low places, the concrete cracked to reveal the ancient, waiting seeds. The world was no longer a resource to be managed. It was a conversation to be joined. I felt the pulse of the planet steady into a deep, resonant hum, the sound of a billion roots drinking, a billion leaves turning, a billion hearts beating in time with the mountain. The archive was closed, for there was no longer any need to store what was being lived. The I that had told this story dissolved into the rustle of the wind and the shadow of the canopy. The path was open, the forest was whole. The circle was finally, beautifully broken.